small D-U-1-D-E-D.
Oh my god. Tony, thank you so much for 9 months. That's a stream, baby. Thank you so much for 9 months. Sub-a-dub-dub. And hi, Mindy. Hi, Noodle. What's up, everybody? Why my hardcore metal today? It's probably my armature inside. My armature inside of me. Oh, my Be Not Afraid shirt came on Thursday night. I wore it to work yesterday. Everyone loved it, but not as much as me. I'm happy to hear that. What the heck? Oh, I hope that it's comfy. I hope it's cozy. You got the sticker? Let's go. Actually, if you guys had things and you'd like to share them, please, I want to see what you got and that it got to you safely. The IRL share in the Discord, I'd love to see it. Identified as reinforced concrete. That's true. That's also true. I got myself a little chai tea latte. Yummy. I have a forage harvester and a combine harvester. Do you want to see? Sure. We love heavy machinery. We love heavy machinery in this mall. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Give me a sip. You can have some. Do we have a new pretzel prize for the Highland model? Oh, do you want a new pretzel prize? What kind of things would you want? What would you want? We could do a pretzel challenge. Here, I could make something for you. I have a lot of points. Okay. Well, you know, I'll mark that as complete. Should we do something for the month of, like, November into December? Oh. That could be fun. I'll ask again. Can I open up a shop in the mall? Well, what do you want to sell? What do you want to sell at your shop in the mall? Link in a Santa hat. Well, I still have to, so Link is gonna, the Link Mandy, the Hyrule Mandy is gonna be getting a new outfit. That's what, so this upcoming week, I'll have to get the outfit, and I'm thinking of a mushroom outfit. One of those, like, fashion mushroom folks from Tears of the Kingdom. The Minish Cap? Oh, cute. Sell everything. You gotta pick, you gotta be a specialty. You gotta have a specialty. You can narrow it down. I would love to do a Discord event. I would love to do something fun in the Discord. I have been wanting to... I've been following the Critical Role stuff. So I was like, oh, maybe we could do something with that. Agricultural machinery, cars, uranium, bombs, military machines, food, pretzels, sagging others. I think the agricultural machinery and cars of that list might be the only thing I would allow. Did you see the article video shared on the coolest mall on the planet? The one with the dragon store, a furry store, a TTRPG store, and a K-pop sing-along Vaz tag? That just sounds like the mall. Normally works in agricultural services. Hey, you know what? We love agricultural services. Maybe you have a whole store just on agricultural services. Hey everybody, you need me to harvest an entire field, like, of soybean? I can do that. With my industrial harvester. Those potatoes in the ground, let me get them. Let me get them for you. Hi. Oh my gosh, a 3 stream streak. I was reading the 25 in your name. Thank you so much for 3 streams. Twitch ruined your streak. I'm so sorry. Well, thanks for streaking. Thanks for streaking. Why the fuck is this not letting me streak? There we go. Honestly, if it were up to open the shop in the mall, it'd be a magic shop. Yes, I love that. All right, you know what? Let's continue chatting over here, guys. Hi, everybody. Hello, everyone. How are you? Yeah, I love the idea of you guys making shops in your... What if you guys made shop ideas and told me about them? And I would love to, I love to see your creativity. I would love to feature your shops in the mall. One of the things that I originally had done back when I was going to be like doing a whole bunch of stuff, I had kind of, Minty, the arcade's coming. The arcade is coming. I can promise you that. It's actually, there are some things in progress, okay? And I can show them to you when I get progress. Hi, welcome in. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Just hold your horses. Bob, you got it. Thank you. Oh my god. Wow. Thanks for being super top. You're freaking huge. All the alerts are coming in staggered. Oh my gosh. I'll sell everything. My idol is the man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice. And you know what? And Paris didn't even want it the first time. They said this is only going to be up for a few weeks, and then now it's a beloved icon of Paris. Did you guys know that? The Eiffel Tower was a World's Fair construction. It was an architect, I believe, for the World's Fair, built this giant tower, and they were like, oh, ew. What is that? And he's like, hey, it'll just be here for the World's Fair. And they're like, okay, as long as you promise you're going to take it down after. He's like, yeah, I'm going to take it down after. So, 100 years later, or however many times. Actually, that's actually a problem with the Eiffel Tower right now, is that it was only built to be temporary. So they've been scrambling to give it structure and stability to last longer, because now it's a beloved icon of France. And they're like, uh-oh. Our beloved icon of France is falling apart faster than we can do radical repairs on it. Whoa. Makes me a huge shopper. Look at you. You're huge. Look at you down there. You're gigantic. There really is a man who tricked other people into dismantling the tower and sold it twice. Listen, the Tower of Theseus is crazy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the World's Fair used to have a bunch of really cool stuff. I don't know if the World's Fair is even still occurring. I'm sure there's I don't know. I'm sure there are equivalents to the World's Fair. Things that are tech shows and whatever. But conferences happen all the time throughout one year. There are conferences on technology, on paper. Literally there are paper goods conferences where it's all stationery and packaging. There are conferences every other fucking day, and I think a conference is the equivalent of what the World's Fair would be. Obviously the World's Fair was a much grander scale, but where the whole world came together and was we're going to show off what our country has contributed to science and architecture and agriculture, and now it's just sort of which one of us can program AI faster? Which one of us can make AI programs faster so that we can bite ourselves into foots? I'll buy rubble, minimum 100 to the 1,000th power tons. I don't even know what that number would be verbally. I don't even know how I would say that. There was a Russian version of the World's Fair. I used it as a basis for my mascot horror story. That's fun. Oh my god, I didn't even know that. I love the Russians World Fair. It's just the Russians fair. Big number. Hold on, let me look it up, because now I gotta know. What is 100 to the 1,000th power? Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Oh my god. Guys, do you want to see something so fucking ridiculous? The AI will never overtake us, I have to tell you. AI will never overtake us. Are you ready? Let me save this in my, hold on. You want to see the answer that the AI overview gave me? This bullshit. Look at that. 100 to the thousandth power is 10 to the 2000th power. Thank you. Wow, that was so great. That was so good that you told me that that's the number. God damn it. What the fuck?
Ugh.
Yeah.
Brother, what's that?
What's that, brother? Oh my god.
What's that, brother?
What is it? Top answer is okay, the unit becomes a 10 becomes 100 becomes 1,000 and so on. Okay. But what is the number? What is the Okay, is it Googleplex? Is that what the number's called? It's on Reddit r/ask science. Following the rule of exponents 10 to the 10,100th power is just 10 to the 1,000th power, which is 1 followed by 1,000 zeros. Oh my god, I actually read/think about it. It's too small of a number. I understand it's difficult for math concept to grasp. However, I would love to attempt to understand. Reddit! Oh my gosh. Jesus. Yeah, there's I'm trying to understand. And someone says it's 10 to the 100th power, actually 1 followed by 100 zeros, so 10 to the 10,100th power is actually, Jesus, meaning that it's a Googleplex is 1 followed by, guys, this answer doesn't make any sense. I hate math. I hate math. I hate math so much. Guys, I'm so sorry. To the mathematicians out there, I'm so sorry. I hate it. If we have any mathematicians that, I mean, first off, welcome in, I guess. You're 99% gay, that's crazy. Interesting fact, I graduated with advanced mathematics. Well, I'm so sorry. That's probably why you gave me a number that doesn't make any sense. You're like, oh, this'll get her. This'll learn her. Hold on. Are you guys ready to see what Reddit told me? I just wanted to know if it was a pronounceable number. You know what I mean? A pronounceable number. This is what Reddit gave me. Do you see that? Do you see? That's not a pronounceable number. Oh my god. Gee, I was like, oh, is that actually a number that we can comprehend? No, the answer is no, we cannot. What is that? Oh my god. What the fuck? It's not even... Listen. Yeah, Googleplex, get him. Why would we need a number this large? You know what I mean? Like, why... In what function does a number this large have purpose, other than to baffle the human mind? I struggle to understand. Listen, I didn't have to take math in college because I have an art degree. You know what I mean? 3, what? Also, slow mode's a little too slow? Oh, please refresh. Slow mode should not still be activated. Please refresh. You should still have slow mode. Why not? I guess, I mean, that's the thing. The math that would rely on this kind of number is math that has nothing. This is like when you get to theory. Like, you get to the math that's so out there that it's like, I am literally calculating like probability in ways which are not like necessary. This is pure exploration. This is pure like asking questions to ask them. And to be fair, that's what math and science are. We're asking these questions to ask them. We're trying to expand on our understanding. But like at what point is it too much? How many zeros are too many zeros? I need a number that's big to measure my huge nuts. Oh my gosh. Math test 2 to the 2nd power. 4. Right? Unless I'm misremembering, you know, rounding or the roots and whatever the fuck. Square roots and things. Hi, Birdie Aviary, how are you? Also, Monsuda, hi, how are you? Bumbling, how are you? That's a lot of gay. Save them for the rest of us. Hold on.
Why are you gay?
Okay, all right. What do we got here? 22% cringe. That's not fair. That's not true. You guys know that I have more cringe than that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. See, you guys are getting it. Boo. Yeah, it's a passing grade. That's a C or something. And you can't spell gay without C, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, I need to be 100% gay. Well, you'll need what, 45 more? See? 45% more? I have basic math skill. I can calculate a 20% tip on something. I can do taxes with the help of my mom, who has a business degree. Feeling a bit ill, so I'll be lurking. You know what? Take care of yourself. Focus on take care of yourself. I'm sorry you're feeling yucky. All right? Get some good food, some water, get some rest, and welcome in. Remember, even if someone identifies as straight, their hand is still bi. Their hand is bi. Oh. Because maybe, you know what? It's because you wave goodbye with your hand. You wave bye. I know that it's not that. I know that it's not that, but you're sick. You're sick. You're sick. Welcome in, everybody. Holy moly. Today I'm going to be working on that commission. I am sorry that I skipped yesterday. Because I got home from work at like 7:30 and I start at 8 and I didn't have enough time to even eat and chill out and mind my business. So I decided that we'd have a nice Saturday stream, a cheeky Saturday stream. So I hope you guys, yes, I'm bye, ready for me. Oh my gosh. Well, welcome in, everybody. I hope you guys have had a wonderful week, or if you haven't, that it'll get better with the weekend, because the weekend slaps. Also, in the States, there is a holiday next week, so Thursday, at least Thursday, Friday, most people are given some time. A deep thought with Lorson. A singular deep thought. But welcome, everybody. We're going to be chilling today. We're going to be drawing. And yeah, if you guys would like to do a fun thing in the Discord, I would love to do. I haven't done a movie night in a while. I haven't done a game night in a while. So if that's something that you guys are interested in, there's a lot of stuff that's out. I recently watched Frankenstein, which is on Netflix. I usually use HBO Max for stuff too, just random stuff. So if anybody has anything that they'd love to watch, or stuff that's on, like, if you want to do like a bunch of like watch YouTube stuff, like, I mean, just basically have a day where we're hanging out. I would love to do that. Or like a night, when I'm just kind of chilling. I try to do more in the Discord, but I've also recently been trying to take breaks. Because I spend a lot of time at my computer and I spend my day job at a computer. So I've been trying to like give myself some breaks, you know what I mean? Give myself some time. But let's see here. There are so many things that we also, yeah, I already marked that complete, but that's from another stream. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, if you guys have any ideas of things that you'd like to do, I want to hear what you would like to say. I'm really excited also that later this month we're going to be presenting the drawing challenge. So if any of you guys are curious,
Sit up straight.
Thank
please.
you. I will. I'll sit up as straight as a gay person can. If any of you guys are wanting to draw and flex your art muscles, or take a photo, or do something, maybe collage, or whatever makes you happy, we currently have an art challenge, a mall monthly, and the mall monthly for November is making an animal like machine. So it's like an animal appliance, kind of like the eye dog. Or, I drew a little frog vacuum on stream and people really like that and people had a bunch of ideas. So if you would like to participate, we'll be going over those at the end of the month, and we'll be going over what our December mall monthly will be. So that'll be really fun. So if you guys are curious and you guys are excited, it's gonna be a good time. What, the up dog? You can't get me with that. You can't get me with that. You can't get me with that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. All right, let's get into the drawing screen, shall we? Hold on. Let me open up what I'm working on first, because you guys don't want to see a blank screen, do you? Of course you don't. You'd be like, Mandy, you don't have your... Oh, I didn't even turn the lights on. Silly. Oh. I also, my first year anniversary, I did an outfit design challenge. And I would love, if I'm able, for my third year anniversary, I would love to get that first year anniversary outfit rigged on this model. This month I do also plan on learning some live 2D, so that's going to open up a whole world for me. How did someone who arranged the alphabet know it was in the right order? I don't know. That's a good question. That's actually a pretty good question. Huh. All right, hold on. How was the order of the... Ah! It's a question that a lot of people have asked. Oh my
Move,
God.
I'm gay.
Yeah, I'm gay. Hold on. Is there a reason for the alphabet being in the order that it is? Alphabet ordering descended from an early organization that grouped letters by their sounds. All right. Trust. Hi, Supernova, how are you? So yeah, it was a phonetic thing. A phonetic situation. So we're working on this. I'm gonna put some music on, by the way. Yeah. I'm gonna listen to City Pop today. Are you guys excited? I love it. I love City Pop. We haven't listened to it in a bit. I know we listened to it the last stream. So we have our underlying sketch, and I'm gonna be doing the rest of this today, which is really exciting. This is a commission for Clover Calliope, who is a cow clown, a clown, and then you remove the L in the end. I wonder if you could set the daylight cycle of the mall to slowly change. So it is the mall background is 2 GIFs just layered on top of each other, and I had a fade. I could make the fade longer so it like takes longer. I could also program it so that you guys can turn the lights on and off, like you guys can change it. Hi Vex, I gotta remind myself to reach out about the character design collab. I feel like it would be so fun with you. Oh my goodness, I love the idea of art collabs. If we can't see air but we can see water, then can't fish see water but then they can see air? You got to stop asking me these questions. Talking about the alphabet, despite the English language, alphabet's almost fine though. Alphabet. You bet. You guys are asking me all these questions. Turn lights on, turn lights off, turn lights on. Yeah, so the only problem with that is that I would have to... There would not be a way for me to guarantee that the turn lights back on is like... It's just strange. Like, I would have to... If, let's say, it's only, like, it has, like, a certain time that it can't be redeemed, right? I would have to make sure that someone redeemed the turn the lights on if they turn them off. Like, I could just make it 1 redeem, right? That way, every time it's triggered, it is just swapping. It's just a little bit confusing on the back end, you know what I mean? Just a little confusing on the back end. Also, once I get a little closer to completing my current commissions, sometime early next year, I'll have commissions back open. You got it. You got it. Let me grab that. Name says Nova, by the way. Well, welcome back, Nova. Thanks for letting me know. All right. Adding it to the queue. Thank you very much. Actually, does this need to be louder? Here. There we go. There you go. Hardly Nova. Yep, you got it. All right. I'm pretty satisfied with the way the horns look. The ears would also be symmetrical. Just kind of see what things are mostly symmetrical that I can kind of knock out while I have my symmetry on them. It's really easy to turn the symmetry. Hi, how are you, Sharky Shark? Oh my god! How are you? Yeah, some of the sketch underneath is pretty clean, but I'm just going over it to make sure that everything looks cohesive. I really enjoy doing commissions. If you're on Blue Sky, then some of you might have seen the other day, I was just like, reminiscing on like how much I enjoy drawing commissions for people, just getting a chance to, I don't know, you learn a lot about somebody based on the types of things that they draw. Or, and if they're not the one drawing, it's usually their characters. And so you kind of see what their characters are like, and it kind of gives you, it gives you a little bit of a bit of their personality in the mix. And it's really fun to get to know somebody like that. You know what I mean? Like if somebody were to draw my characters, they would get a little bit of my personality, and you'd learn your tastes. And also too, there are designs and options and choices that I wouldn't have made myself. And so like seeing them is really fun. I like to I don't know, you learn a lot. And it's also it kind of pushes me to try new things that I wouldn't have tried before. And I think and as an experienced artist, trying things that you wouldn't usually try is a unique way to, like, I don't know, learn. You know what I mean? A unique way to kind of stretch your boundaries. And in my own life, I don't get the chance to draw animal, like, anthropomorphic characters, furry characters very often. And so with commissions, I have a reason, to draw furry characters more. And I'm very excited for that opportunity. Gives you something to work toward and a goal, and I don't know, I really like it. I like it. I like the shape of the lapel right here. It's very pleasant shape. And then of course I'm gonna do maybe a little bit of, oops, hold on. I'm gonna do like this little bit to kind of make it feel a little bit more like it's like changing in space, even though we're looking directly at this line. And then let's see, I'll do 6 points. I like this song, Celador. I want to add this to my Moody Attitudey playlist. If anyone's curious about like getting a little bit of shape, seeing how this is like curved is giving us, excuse me, giving this a bit of contour, but also by thinning the line out, getting a little bit of a, like it changes how it feels, like it's rounding over the front of the chest. Let me drink some of my water. Décolletage. That's making me think of decoupage. If I'm remembering that, hold on. Decoupage, which is like the layering of paper. Yeah, art of decorating objects by gluing cutouts of paper and other thin materials onto them, followed by sealing it with coats of a protective varnish. So like it's collage on an object. So anyway, I was thinking of decoupage, and then there's also something similar where you like laminate pieces of paper together with resin and it becomes a new material. What is that? Resin paper material. What is that? Hold on. I feel like decoupage could. Hi, Madam Berry, how are you? Decoupage is where Mod Podge gets its name from. Oh, that's fun. Thinning the line out is a lot harder with physical art sketching. Yeah, absolutely. If you have a thinner, harder pencil or whatever, getting a taper like this is pretty difficult. If you are interested in something like a material, I would recommend a softer. So like markers would be a really good way to kind of get that. You'd have to kind of, it relies on a sense of pressure, which it does here as well. So not all brushes are pressure sensitive, but if I start really soft and then press really hard, it kind of thins and thickens. And if you're somebody who's actually like learning to draw, if you're trying to think of ways to like push yourself and try to like elevate your art, I do highly recommend learning more about like pressure and how to make things thicker and thinner, because pressure in line work is a good way to add definition and some you know a little bit more interest to line art. It's not the only way to add interest, but it is one good way to add interest. Doing well, just sitting down with lunch. Ooh, what kind of lunch do you have? And I hope you're doing well too. Hold on, let me. There we go. I slid back in my chair. Also, guys, I want to do a demo, another art demo. So if there's any art stuff that you would like to learn about, that I might be able to do a demonstration and a tutorial about, I would like to do another tutorial. Not melamine. There's this, okay, hold on. There is this guy that I used to watch on YouTube, and he did a lot of stuff like resin craft, and he would like, he had a whole series where he would take things and put them in resin and then turn them on a lathe. So, I think his name is Peter Brown. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. A salad wrap with blueberries on the side. Let's fucking go. Okay, hold on. Peter Brown? Not the art. Peter Brown. I'll say crafts. I'm pretty sure that's his name. Yes, his name is Peter Brown. Okay. So he hasn't. Oh my god, he has a video from 10 years ago. I watched. Okay, he has made a bunch of stuff, and I remember he made a pen out of paper, recycled plastic. He does a lot of stuff with like taking materials, putting them in resin, and then spinning it on a lathe and making bowls and platters and things like that, and like tool handles and stuff. 11 years ago. Oh my god. God, I haven't seen him in a minute. Lamination is a good way. Yeah, lamination is a good way to, but like there was a specific word for it, and it wasn't decoupage, but it made me think of that. Where he had for this one I sent a different video, but he had a video where he took construction paper. And so he took a piece of construction paper and he like saturated it. The word is impregnated, but that, I mean, I feel like we are just going to use saturate. He saturated a piece of paper with resin, and then he laid another piece on top, saturated with resin, laid another on top, saturated with resin, and so on until he had a block of paper resin, and then he like cut it with a bandsaw and then like turned it to make a pen handle. Materials is known as paper composite or commercially micarta. Micarta, that's the word. Micarta, that's what the word was. Thank you. Speaking of layering things, I'm going to layer this conversation with, I forgot to put the charity link to the charity zine. So let me get that for you guys real quick. If you guys don't know, I made a model and a cool illustration that will be included in a zine full of a bunch of really cool artists. And if you donate money, you can either get the PDF copy of that zine or a physical copy. So let me make sure that I am grabbing that to send to you guys. Oh boy. Oh shucks. I gotta scroll. I keep losing it. Oh wait, no. I put it in my favorites. Aha, so I wouldn't lose it. Nice. There we go. I did it. I did it. All right. There we go. I tend to use texture, mostly implied, but also literal, and minimal shading to add intrigue. Yes, those are wonderful ways. Wonderful. Washi is Japanese. Yeah. It's a paper that's, I believe, like layered paper with different like materials in it. All right, so let me make a little post and I'll pin it. Okay. Bam. Pinning that shit. There we go. Thank you guys so much so far for your support of the zine. Neo has done a great job with organizing it. And if you guys don't already follow Neo, I highly recommend that you follow. Hold on. Sometimes the name, if I'm just typing it, there we go. I remembered it order. Yeah, let's go. Watching the video you posted, he stole the blender from inside the house. Hope he didn't put it back in the house. 2014 when microplastics were a part of the. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that everything he used in his garage, he did not repurpose into his everyday life. But yeah, I mean, 2014. I mean, 10 years ago. Jesus Christ. 10, 11 years ago is crazy. Oh my God. One of my biggest goals, speaking of videos, one of my biggest goals for the upcoming year is to make more videos. Like not just like my VODs, which I want to be better about posting them more regularly, but like actually making videos that you guys would enjoy watching. Like really excited to like plan more and of course I can't overwhelm myself because I still want to make sure that the streams are nice, that we're doing fun things and fun events and that we're hanging out with people. So I have a couple ideas for some videos that I'm planning on, and I have some people that I want to do some work with. I have a lot of things that I want to try. But I also have tutorial videos that I want to make. So like I said, if anybody has any art tutorials that they'd like to, I put out a question on Blue Sky the other day about if anybody would be interested in a certain demo. Because I haven't done an art tutorial in a while. I actually do still have the clip from a stream from the other week where I did a quick demo of drawing white on black for things like glass. And I think that could be a really fun like thing to just like edit that clip and have that out there and maybe just do like a tutorial, like make a tutorial of that. And for anybody that's unfamiliar, I have made, I like making little graphics because they're easier for people to save. You know what I mean? So like, for example, here is a graphic that I made that got, a lot of people really enjoyed it. Because I had been making these for my new overlay and I was like, oh, you know what? I really like the way this turned out. So let me like break it down for people. Obviously it's kind of wordy. But like breaking it down in really simple steps is something that I actually did as a job for a while. I was making tutorial content like for a manual. I actually spent like 4 months making a manual. So breaking information down and making it clear and understandable is something that I actually did a lot and I really enjoy. So I want to do more of these. I still reference that one all the time. I'm happy you do. Yeah, on my Coffee, you can download the high resolution version of it for free. As well as my metal rendering tutorial. So I want to do more, and this is also kind of like a gradient map as well, gradient map tutorial, showing you that you can make something kind of interesting with gradient maps. You get a little bit more, and you can also continuously change it. Does the mall have a custom boop? I don't have a custom, well, I guess a boop would be the security scan. Eventually, I do want to get like a head pat and some other things from Trex. A Bop It, a custom Bop It. I do not have a Bop It, but my answer still stands. So yeah, I plan on making another one of these. So I think rendering white on black to get glass, I think could be a really fun tutorial. Stephen King had a licensed piece of software that had sounds, icons, wallpapers, and screensavers that was called F13. That's kind of fun. I haven't heard of it, so I can imagine that it didn't last long. It's certainly not have any longevity. The Fruitiger Arrow era. I actually saw on TikTok that somebody is making a little Fruitiger Arrow game. And I can't remember what it's called, but it looked really fun. There was like a whole little like waterscape that you could explore. It was really cute. I was like, oh, I do not like this tangent. Hi, Hawk, how are you? Does the mall have Tamagotchis? Of course the mall has Tamagotchis. That's like... Alright, it's a little less of a tangent. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. My mom is calling. Ah! Hold on. Let me send her a message. My mommy's calling me. I don't usually stream on Saturdays, but she still does. She does try to call me on Sundays when I stream on Sundays. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Mom always knows when you're streaming. I know, it's very silly. She does follow me, which is very sweet. My mom's been on my stream before. Way, 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 way ago, way long ago in the far past. Which is kind of silly, but but yeah, I love my mommy. It's just that I'm busy. I'm talking to you guys. Will we consider her the super center? Actually, so fun fact, the the mall that came before Seabridge Center is like an outdoor mall, and the year that it was built in the lore is actually my mom's birth year. And then the year that my mall was built is my birth year. So that's like a little fun, like, I don't know, like a, a tidbit, you know what I mean? Calling Mandy's mom a distribution center would be crazy. My manufacturer. Yeah, she's my manufacturer. Actually, the manufacturer canonically in the lore, the manufacturing company that first made the Mandi mannequins is called Model Citizens. Momufacturer is so funny. Oh, cute. That is cute. Okay, we'll merge that all together. Wonderful. All right, that's the last of my symmetrical stuff, which means I can kind of just make sure everything fits together, that there's not any crazy overlap. There's going to be a finger here. That finger's going to be in a kind of a tangent, I think. More of like an inner lapping of a bunch of different... I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. I don't think it'll be too bad. I also won't need any of this like underneath because the bow tie is going to be there. So let me just kind of clear some of that out. There we go. And I'll merge this together. I won't regret that. I won't regret that at all. All right, symmetry's off. I think that's the last of our symmetry, which is good. So now everything else is going to be nice and easy to look at. So this bow tie, actually, you know what? I could use symmetry, but just rotate the symmetry. So you can actually rotate the symmetry here. Something like this. It's a little off, maybe. There we go. I think that'll be more than fine. There we go. All right, so now we have this little circle that I'm going to try to make look actually circular. I know I could just use the circle tool, but that's for quitters. There we go. Perfect. It's like in SpongeBob when he's like, here's how to draw a perfect circle, and he draws like a rendition of a Michelangelian bust and then erases all of it and then just leaves the circle behind. Very silly. All right, I'm gonna just keep this solid and I can color it in my line art phase. My line art color phase, that is. There's also like a little cheek under there, but that can be for color. That doesn't have to be for now. Thank you so much for a 15 stream streak, Desi. Thank you. I know you've got a way larger streak than that. But that's what Twitch has been able to give us, and thank you so much. It's always been one of my favorite SpongeBob bits. Yes, let's go. Also, the him trying to write his essay, and he just spends all that time with the. Okay, kind of making this look like a little bit like a little butterfly. Yeah. 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 First, you draw a highly detailed head and erase everything except for the circle. And there you go, perfect circle. Yes, exactly, exactly. In reality, I mean, perfect circles have never been drawn by hand. They've always been drawn with the aid of a tool. And I'm not talking about me being a tool, though. I mean, if I invested in crypto, no, I'm just kidding. I would never. Oh my god, could you imagine? I fucking all AI crypto. Anyway, that's all that I have to say about it. But they have always been aided in tools. So for example, back in the Renaissance, in order to make perfect circles or even ovals, they would use math. And so that usually involved having string. So they would have like a nail or a tack or something. So let's say that's your tack, and then they'd have a string and then their pencil or their scribe, their whatever. And then they would just simply draw with that center point, and that would be their perfect circle. Like that's still used today. Hi Pillbug, how are you? So yeah, I mean, it's never been like, I think like a lot of people might be like, oh, just do it by hand, like it used to be done by hand, and it's like, no, it's always been with the help of tools that we have been able to create, like any, like it's math. It's all, we were talking about math earlier, we're talking about math now. It's always been because of math. And actually a lot of early artists were great mathematicians as well, which is a little fun fact. Now, no. I'm a big fan of what's my final score? 6. And how many do I need to pass? 600. Doing good. Gonna try to play more Final Fantasy 14 with my girlfriend. Hell yeah. I hope you have a good time. A Final Fantasy fantastic time. You get it. I think my hand-drawn's not quite perfect circle has more charm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of times too, like seeing sketchiness and seeing like your thought process is something that we like have been kind of trained to erase, because a lot of times we're really only seeing like the final product on like social media, and like even seeing like a finished work in like a gallery or a museum. And I had a professor once who encouraged us not to fret over not being able to fully erase something from our canvas or from our paper. She was a firm believer in the fact that you can see more of the artist when they leave that behind, and she called it the artist's hand, which I thought was really nice. I mean, some people might be like, okay, whatever, but but being able to see like how many strokes you took, before you got the line you wanted, and then you kind of like made it a little darker, made it a little, doubled down on it and make it a little bit more visible. But seeing some of your like brushy like stuff on the edges, she really liked, because she could see that we were taking different approaches. Maybe we had to like move our hand in a different way. And if you know to look for it, you can see, you might even be able to tell which hand the artist has as a dominant hand. Like really can be that fine of a detail. I just got her past Good King Moggle Mog in 12. May his fight entertain sprouts the world over. I'm be honest with you. I ain't never played a Final Fantasy game. I ain't never played a Final Fantasy game, and at this point I'm too feared. I'm too feared to. Not really, but I mean, I played a little bit of a game when I was at a friend's house. And I remember that it was on the Wii, I think. It was Wii compatible. And I was in a train station for a long time. Like I was struggling to get out of this train station. Other than that, I have no idea which one that was. Like no idea. No idea which one that was. Good example of seeing the artist's hand. It was really cool seeing the sketch lines in the animation Wolf Walkers. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Being able to see, I mean, another example for animation, specifically Lackadaisy, they leave a lot of their process lines behind, which is really fun. So you can see some of the sketching underneath, which is really cool. They must meet my anxiety in my art, not just the final product. Yeah, they must see it. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you get to see it looking sketchy here. You get to see it looking sketchy there. Also, this is where you can see that I almost gave up, and you point to this one big stripe across the background. This is where I thought that I wouldn't be able to continue, but look, I persevered. I'm just gonna take these buttons, and I'm gonna just put them. Lovely. Look at that. Wow. Might be a little too cluttered, but I think coloring my lines will definitely help with that. But yeah, I think there's so much pressure to like have something be perfect the first time around when in reality, I mean, a lot of stuff took years to create, and we are like squeezing every ounce of ourselves every day all the time. Like some of the like Renaissance, like they call them grand masters. But like some of the Renaissance works took like literally over a decade for them to do one, right? And we have no context other than like it's I mean that painting that we're seeing in the final work is beautiful, but they used all oil and they had to source their own pigments and they had to like make their own paint, and they were slowly being killed by the toxicity of the heavy metals in that paint. And then they had to let layers of this paint cure for like a year of time. Oops. Oh, shucks. All right, I'll just leave it alone. It doesn't really need to be fixed. Honestly, I think I'd benefit a lot with the mindset that mistakes in art in any kind is putting a bit of your soul into the piece, giving it life. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm very meticulous about my line art. I'm very heavy-handed, I like to say, with my colors, with my themes, with my lines. Like I'm very heavy-handed. There are people out there that have a lot more of a subtle style, and I'm not one of those people. But that's what makes us unique and makes us different. And when I do something a little bit different, I end up really enjoying it. Like for example, this brush is a sketchy brush, which is why I call these sketch busts. And there's also a little bit less of a client interaction. So aside from someone telling me what they like and what they want, I pretty much just do what I want. Like that's kind of why these are called sketch. But to someone else, this is like, oh, that's a finished piece. And I don't argue with that. Like I'm intending for it to be a finished piece. But when I originally did this, I was intending for it to be a lot simpler. I was intending for it to be a little bit more sketchy, but I was just having so much fun with these that I kept going. But something that's kind of fun that I did recently with the same brush that I'm using now. So you see this, I'm using this brush. It's very like textured, and it's called Happy HB because it's like meant to be like a thick HB pencil. I drew this whole thing with an HB pencil, and I started with like I basically only used a few layers. I was just like using it as if it was like a pastel, you know, and I just drew the whole thing in it. And that was really, really fun. Like I had a really good time, and you could tell that like this isn't usually how I draw, but I was just adding on top of it and kind of letting it be, and I had a really good time with letting it kind of happen how it happened and building up on it. And um it was really fun to play around like this. Obviously, I did pay attention to some details, and I was a little meticulous in some areas, but like really just like letting it kind of be and letting it feel kind of organic was a fun time. Hi, baby Rainbow, how are you? And I got a really cool thing out of it. I really like how this turned out. I like it a lot. How are you? And I'm having fun with this too. Like just like that, you know, doing stuff that's more structured is my safe space. Like I do stuff like this all the time and I really enjoy it. Sometimes you just find what you like, find what brings you joy, and it's also very different from what I do in my work life. And I think that also brings me a lot of joy because it's different and I have a different way of doing things, you know what I mean, than I would every day all the time. Like if I needed to draw some like semi-realism in digitally, I can. Do I want to? Nah. But others that do, I mean, that's what they like. That's what they love making. That's how they like to create. That's what they do to bring them joy. And hell yeah, everybody's different. Everybody makes different art, and that's. I mean, you don't have to be a master of all. You know what I mean? But I think there's a lot of pressure to like be really good at everything when you can just appreciate that other people can do it. You can learn from it, but you don't have to do it. You know what I mean? And I have that stance with like learning realism or like appreciating like realistic art. I think the public generally tends to think that realism in art means that means that it's good, or that it took a long time, or that it took a lot of technique. And in reality, I mean, if you have enough time and patience and you pay attention really closely, you can draw realism too. It is you learning to pay attention to subtlety, to detail, and having enough technique, to put it down on paper, understanding how your pencils work, how you can make certain things look more realistic, by just turning your pencil in another direction or erasing in a certain way. Just takes practice. But photorealism in art is not the only type of art that is like good quality. Just because something's simpler does not mean that it's not also good quality. What's the name of this pencil? This is called Happy HB. It is a Photoshop default. It's a Kyle Webster brush. Oh, I'm missing stuff. Hold on. Sometimes mistakes can guide the project to a better product. I was practicing using a synth in FL Studio by making a boss theme of an OC I had, but ended up leaning into the synth and changed the direction to be an anthem for a different OC. Oh, I love that. My art thrives off the fact that it's meant to be sketchy and hand drawn, not clean and prim. And I love erase bits, sketching lines, and soft, almost messy line thickness. Absolutely, yeah. 1,000%. And the thing is too, like for me, like that can emphasize certain character choices. Like something could be really clean and prim and proper, or, it could be a little bit more messy, a little bit more splattery, but I tend to have a lot of control. I put a lot of control into my art, which is something that is like reflective of myself. Like I'm very particular. And so since I'm very particular, like it manifests in the stuff that I draw and how I draw it. And other people, their particularity might be that they like things being loose. They like using, and also too, it's like the tools you use. Everybody's got a different life that they've lived, so you're all going to have different interpretations and ideas. And some people can't hold a pen for as long, so maybe they are like, okay, well, I'm going to use something that has like a thicker radius. So I can't hold a pen, but I can hold a paintbrush a little bit easier, just because I can keep it like at a distance, and I don't have to hold it so hard. So maybe they gravitate towards like watercolor, something that they can leave a little bit looser, that is easier for them to do. Like and things like that all inform someone's preferences and style. Which is really fun to think about. Why people like the things they like, why they go towards different tools and different materials, and I don't know. And I think with digital art, you get something similar. Like you can tell a lot about a person based on the stuff that they draw. But with like traditional art, that's one of the things in like school that you're taught, is like how to recognize somebody, like an artist, in the work that they're making. Like, how do I see through the material they used? And I think also, I mean, that's just one of the contributing factors as to why people like tend to hate abstract art, because their interpretation is like, oh, this was done in a simple way with simple materials and I could do this, or like anyone could do this. But in reality, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. And there's a reason why it is the way it is. Like, for example, there's this artist who's making a political statement about bloodshed in a certain country. So she had a white flag that she like dragged through the streets of this like war-torn area. And I can't remember the artist. I'm sorry, I can't, and I wouldn't even be able to search for it. But she dragged this flag through the streets. And then in the gallery, all it looks like is a dirty piece of fabric, and it's hung up on the wall, and it's like brown and filthy, but like when you read the plaque and you're given the context, it brings meaning to that dirty piece of fabric. How was it made dirty? What made it dirty? Where is this dirt like from? Like what is and so when you think about where things came from, how people made something, the way that someone made something is part of the art. It's part of the performance. People look at like Jackson Pollock, who did a lot of splatter art. And not like what we think of today, where like you have a wheel and you just like turn a canvas and like, pour stuff on it, which can be really fun. But hi, Cherry. Thank you so much for resubscribing. 6 months. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't like the mindset of simple means bad. Absolutely. Yeah, people look at Jackson Pollock and you can think he's overrated for sure. Like he got really popular off of his art. But when you see like he has depth and he has color choices and there's intention behind the way that he's like splattered things in certain directions and all this and ideas he was trying to capture. And if you see photos of Jackson Pollock making the art, it adds new context because everybody has their own idea of what it looks like to like make something like that. But then, you see photos and it's this man in the 50s in a dress shirt, trousers, Oxford shoes, and suspenders. He's got a cigarette in his mouth and he's like crawling over a huge canvas with like a brush in his hand. And he physically like was bent over these pieces, like moving his hands around and doing all this stuff. And that is part of how the art was made. Like that is part of the art. And you don't get that context unless you can imagine how he did it, and you're putting yourself in that moment of time where the art was created. And that's part of the art. Yeah, I can't really draw a straight line. With dyslexia and motor control, my sketch line is actually very thin, circling motions. Love how your art is you. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody has their own sense of self and whatever works for you. There's not a wrong way to make art. There are techniques that you can learn and there are correct ways to execute those techniques, but like there's no one should ever tell you that your art's wrong. Hi, Elm Lily. How are you? Hi, Oswald. We're talking about art. Obviously. Hi. Look at that. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Hello. Hi, Eddie. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I know we just got our ads. Let me take a sip of my drink, huh? Okay. I think I want to put a little bit more shadow under the hand here, just by thickening out my line art. I don't want to do anything more than that. Random question from Mandi in chat. If you could live in a house designed around one aesthetic, what aesthetic would you pick? I'd pick academia. I would probably, for like a house, I really like mid-century modern. Like 70s, or I guess mid-century is more of like the 50s to 60s, but going into the 70s and like even like pulling through to the 80s where there's like really fascinating architecture choices. I mean, I think as somebody who lives in a mall, right? A lot of malls carry that same that same vibe. So that makes sense. That tracks. But yeah, I really love the like 70s to 80s architecture the most, personally. Yesterday during a lecture, my friend had one of those phones. As the keychain, she accidentally pressed it mid-lecture and it played. The whole room silently said, "Ay, ay, ay, I'm a little butterfly." I love that. I love being disruptive. With little butterfly, smile decay. What the fuck they got going on in those hobbit holes for me? Oh, that's fun. I love that idea. Energy. Just trying to put a little bit more of a shadow under some of this stuff. Kind of giving it a little bit more shape. There we go. There we are. Now we have a little bit more separation on some of these items too. Thinking of buying earbuds. What kind of earbuds do you think I'm buying? Here we go. My headphones couldn't cancel out the sound on the train I took to you. Oh, my wife has some earbuds that work really well. They're a little expensive. I think they're Bose, if I remember correct. And they have like a noise canceling function. They're certainly not the only brand that has that, but they work really well. Skull Candy, let's go. Man, Skull Candy's so nostalgic. Okay, so there's this undulating pattern on the horns. And I'm wondering if I should include line art for that? I think so. Oh, that's true. Black Friday. I'm actually thinking of doing Black Friday stuff for my shop. So if anybody's been wanting something from the shop, I'm thinking of doing like a Black Friday thing. Also going towards the holidays so people have the opportunity to get stuff for themselves or for friends. Eventually, guys, when I get enough time, I will definitely put more energy into making more merch. I do still have the desk mat that I need to work on actually. So that'll be upcoming. I want to work on that for sure. My wall's about empty. $150, but now it's $89.99. Let's go. Mall Nendoroid? Oh no, I don't have that kind of money. I ain't got that kind of money. Let me see. I like that. I mean, it does feel very similar to it's kind of splattery here. Like, it's kind of like the horns are dipped, which is fun. Dipped in a bunch of different paint, which is kind of fun. I'll keep it like this. I think this is about as close as it needs to be. And if I want to do something with color, I can probably do that. I like to include the little swirly. That'd be fun. Well, hold on. Maybe a little bit higher. And then I can lower this tag a little bit. Yeah. Okay. We're almost done with the line art, and then we get to do the fun stuff like color. I love coloring. Yeah, I would love to do a acrylic standee someday. However, with how difficult it was to do the acrylic keychains through fourth wall, for a specialty product like that, I'd probably be better off being able to like actually work with like a manufacturer and have a bit more control, but that's a big undertaking. Being able to not only have a manufactured product sent to me, but then to be able to distribute it myself, and also, so it might be something where in the future I can work with somebody to like help me with that, but for now, out of curiosity, what's your favorite part of any character to draw? For me, I love doing expressions. I really like expressions as well. I really like hair. I think hair is really fun. The face is a really fun part for me as well. I don't know if I have a favorite part, but I don't know, I think my favorite part is just capturing the personality, which could be in their pose, in their face, in their hands, like anything that can give me some of their personality. I love that. I love doing that. Whoops. I realized that I did this all on the same layer. Oh well. That's fine. But yeah, the expressions are super fun. I really like planning out the art too, like trying to capture like a vibe, and by like setting everything up, being like, okay, so how am I going to show this part of the character? How am I going to show that they like doing this kind of thing, or what kind of pose? And so since I don't have a ton of room here, Clover did request a hand. That's an addition that you can add to like this. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe the hand is adjusting the bow tie. So it's interacting with a part of the character that's really fun, and it's really cute, and it's kind of quirky and playful. But you only have this limited place with which to do that. And I think that's really fun. I think that's fun. Okay. So we just have this big ponytail and this little bitty hat up there. This itty bitty hat. So let's do, I love big ponytails too. I mean, obviously that expands on like hair, but I like big ponytails. The Princess Peach ponytail, like the Mario Tennis Princess Peach ponytail, is one that I love to do. Okay, let me take a look at this. We have this big ol'. Honestly, this ponytail that's in the sketch isn't half bad. I just know that I've messed it up in the layering or the transparency with it, so now it's kind of wiggy. I'm using 100% stabilization. Okay, maybe I go back to 75. My favorite part is actually doing clothing and extra bits like accessories, often where I express the most. Hell yeah! Figuring out shipping logistics is daunting, yeah. I know of a few fulfillment centers that are geared towards artists. I think like GG Knight uses one called White Squirrel. I don't know what the cost of that is. Oh yes, I've had a friend tell me about White Squirrel before. They you like ship your product to them and they keep the inventory for you, and then your distribution happens through them. Yeah, but I have no idea what the cost would be. I haven't looked that far. But that is something to look forward to in the future. Because when you have manufacturing control, you can get like better materials and more options. Whereas right now, Fourth Wall is a print on demand, and they're going through other print on demand services. So things like Printful. Printful is a big contributor uh, to Fourth Wall. But the fun thing with Fourth Wall is that you can use it to like give away items in Twitch chat and stuff like that, which is a really fun extra. But I do believe you can make listings on your Fourth Wall store that are for your own products, which would be something that I could do. It's just a storefront after all. So that's something in the future that I'm thinking about. Something that I got my eye on. You can also get better minimum order quantities for yourself versus the MOQ of 50 for the keychains. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And for like the standees, the acrylic standees, I think it's something like 100 or 250 or something like that. The only thing that I probably still would go through a service for would be like plushes, like Makeship. They have a pretty good brand and reputation for like doing crowdfunding for like a plush or something like that. So that would probably be the only thing that I would consider still utilizing a service for. Which that would be, I believe the minimum for that is like 200, 300 usually for like a plush, which is fair because there's a lot more manufacturing that goes into that. But yeah, working with Fourth Wall and leaving it in their hands, some of the communication did kind of fall through. So it was a little bit difficult at the end of times to confirm that my keychains would be ready, but they were. So Manny plushie when? I don't know. I listen. I feel like that might have to be like if ever I could like stream as a sustainable job, maybe. You know, that's a while. It's not my goal to make this my job, but I got a couple makeshift plushies. They're really nice. Hell yeah, yeah. I've seen a couple campaigns that folks have done, so I've been able to like at least witness their campaigns, and it seems like they're a pretty reputable service because a lot of people go back to them. But yeah. My job has been doing some tomfoolery. Actually, one of the things that held me back last night, aside from working, was having a conversation with some of my coworkers. And it was really late. And there weren't a lot of people around. And so we kind of got to talking, and I don't one of these coworkers, I don't get to talk to him very often, so it was nice to kind of catch up. But I was musing about some of the problems I've been having at work lately. Not my own problems, like my own fault, but communication has been really tough. If you work for any company, whether you're an artist or not, working in a company where you're relying on others to communicate with you is often a problem. Obviously, all you can control is your own communication, right? all you can control is like how much information you're giving to your coworkers and how much you're playing with a team. And recently, the amount of like documentation and paperwork, which is not actually paper, it's all digital work, but like the amount of documentation that I've had to do recently around the art that I'm making has like quadrupled. So whereas we had like one thing that we were updating with our art, you know, we're making sure that we're providing information after the art is already completed. We like, kind of put it in like a document, explained what it was for, what the theme was, and just kind of give like an overview of the game that we're working on. That was really the only documentation that I ever had to present. Now I have to do like producer tasks where I have to write out all of the assets that I need and how long they'll take to make, which is hard to say because I am reliant on my management to give me approval on these things. So like I have to like guesstimate how much time it'll take for me to draw something before it's even drawn, before the idea is even fully realized. And I have to do like competitor analyses where I'm like going through what our competitors are doing, and I'm, you know, and it's not just like for research purposes. It's like I have to make a PowerPoint presentation and present that presentation about my findings. Like it's all, and that's all before I actually start the art on a game. So the documentation for work, the illustrators are now being asked to do quadruple the amount that they have been asked to previously. So obviously that adds a lot of time. Some of these documents take a week or two to get together because of all the information we need to gather. And then we're responsible for presenting that information to everyone else. And recently, I had to do that. And I was given no guidance or direction. I wasn't told what the game designer wanted to see. I wasn't told a lot of information. So some of it I really just had to kind of go off the cuff of my, you know, the seat of my pants, and just kind of come up with something just so I could present it. Using, of course, my understanding of the industry and all the blah, blah, blah. You guys don't care. You don't care about that. But in this meeting, I was met with a very disappointed response, which is upsetting because, you know, when you're not given any direction and then still they're disappointed in what you've presented, I'm like, and it wasn't, my interpretation was it was disappointment. Keep that in mind for later. My interpretation was that they were disappointed because the game designer hit me with I haven't seen this before. And if you're presenting any material to anyone and they hit you with I haven't seen this before you presented it, that's rough. That's rough. And I put it in a public space. My producer confirmed that it was finished multiple times, and the producer should have told everybody, "Hey, Mandi made this. It's ready to be reviewed." It was made a week ago. So when I had that meeting and they're like, "I haven't seen this," I was like, and he sounded so disappointed. And oh, thank you. All right, I'll stretch while I tell my story. So anyway, I was taking it upon. I thought that it was something that I had done. And my coworker elaborated saying, actually, we've been having big communication issues with insert manager. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, so the game designer saying that he didn't see it wasn't because he was disappointed and that he had like missed it and that you didn't communicate. It's that he didn't even know you were working on that game in the first place. And I was like, he didn't know I was working on the game at all? And he's like, no. And I was like, oh, so he really hadn't seen it. He really hadn't seen it. Which is crazy. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? But of course, you know, because I'm taking ownership of this project, because I'm being forced to take ownership of this project, I had no idea that he like didn't even know that I was even doing anything yet. And it's his game. So I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. So I just was given information that like basically absolved me. But the long story short is I was given an email saying, hey, illustrators, you need to communicate better. But then my coworker told me, actually, it's this one person, the one person that's asking you to communicate better is actually the person that has been not communicating. And I was like, oh. So anyway, that was some tomfoolery. And that's just a little bit of what's so frustrating about working any job when you're in the lower rungs of a job and your managers ask you to manage them. That shit's obnoxious. Hi, Wobble. One heck of a communication breakdown. Absolutely. Absolutely. It was weird. I had no idea. I had no idea until I happened to be like staying late anyway, and a coworker like approached me and was like talking to me about other stuff, and then that information came. I was like, oh, it was very unexpected. I was like, that's crazy. So anyway, this whole process recently has been kind of gaslighting me into feeling like I'm responsible for a lot of our problems, when in reality, it's not nowhere remotely my fault. And so it's been really stressful at work. And I told a coworker, I was straight up, I was like, I kind of just want to quit, but I can't, you know? I think a lot of people are in that boat. A lot of people are like, I wish I could just fuck off. You know what I mean? And that's no one's problem but my own. And that's not, I'm not trying to bring negativity into the space to you. But yeah, I mean, it happens to everybody, not just artists. But like when you feel like you're being disrespected, right? When you're being blamed for shit like that, no one deserves that. You're doing the best you can, and that's the best you can do. No one deserves that. No one deserves to feel like it's being pinned on them. But that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. I can relate. Yeah. I think a lot of people have gone through this in their workplace. No matter what you do, you're like, I'm doing what you asked for, and you're not satisfied with what I'm giving you. And it's simply because you're not talking to me. You're not telling me things. You're not asking for anything. You're not telling me. You're not directing me. And you part of your title is director. So like maybe you should, I don't know, direct. Maybe you should direct me. And that's all. It's age old, story old as time. You know what I mean? Tale as old as time. Happens to everybody. Nothing. I'm not unique. But it's one of those things where maybe someday in the distant future, streaming is something I could do all the time, and commissions, of course, and other things to, you know. But right now, that's not really in the cards for little old Mandi Quin, Mo Mannequin. You know what I mean? But that was never my goal with streaming. I've always just been planning on doing it because it's fun. Happens to me all the time, but then again, I work in fast food. Rampant in fast food, especially too if you have multiple managers too. I can only imagine, rather. Like you're getting direction from all different ways, and people that have varying amounts of experience giving any direction to anyone, and then you're just the messenger. You're like, I'm just doing my job. I'm doing what you told me to. So I don't know. I don't know what you want from me. Yeah, I can literally. I've never worked in food service, so I can only imagine. But it happens to a lot. I feel like it happens to a lot of people, where they're like, I am being asked to manage my manager, and that's stupid. Because you're like, why am I not being paid as a manager then? If I'm managing, where's that extra paycheck for me to manage? So, anyway, it's not anybody's concern, really. I just like to share that, like, every once in a while, even Mandi Quin Mall Mannequin gets tired of the bullshit. Okay, we have our line art. I'm gonna use text here. I like this vibe of this thin serif font. I want to find something kind of like that. Oh, there's an insignia. Where is that insignia? Good question. Clover has mentioned there's an insignia, but is it present anywhere? I don't think so. If I'm not immediately spotting it, then I don't think it could just be how. Yeah, I think so. I'm not seeing it anywhere. Could just be like a branding situation. I do love the cane. Look at this cane. But yeah, maybe someday in the distant future, I will be able to make content creation a bigger part of my day-to-day life. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna find a dainty font for. Whoa! That is not dainty in the slightest. Look at that. That is not a dainty font. I need a dainty font. I mean, I could draw it, but I kind of like the idea of having a little text element. Hold on, let me make it smaller so we can see it. That's fun, but it's not whimsical enough. That's not got any whimsy. There ain't a lick of whimsy in this font. We need whimsy. That's a little bit more whimsical. I need something kind of whimsical and playful. That's pretty whimsical and playful. That's too playful. That one's kind of fun. It doesn't have the as big of a serif though. I want to make sure that it kind of feels like the penmanship that we got from Clover. Brysetto, bold. This one I think actually fits pretty well. It looks like handwriting, but it's not. Let me see if I can't, it might need to be a little bit bolder to make it stand out against all the rest, but I could always slap let me rasterize this. Let me rasterize the type, and then let me add a stroke around it. That is just white. Okay. Too large. A little big, huh? I don't like how much it's running in. Okay. That's kind of fun. I think that looks pretty good. Let's rasterize layer style. There we go. Oops. Symmetry off. We'll put the little circle there. Little flare. That's nice. All right. Now we just have to color, which I'm really excited for. We have, and then, oh, you know what? I do have to do this mask. The mask is a variant. So let me do the mask. And that'll be a turn offable item. Okay, here's the actual line art. I think that's fine where it's sitting, so we're gonna work on that. Okay, make sure that my brush is at the size that I need it. Hi, Turtle, how are you? There we go. Anyway, thanks for letting me tell you my tale of my woes. I try not to like bring my my work life in here because at the end of the day, ain't nobody care. But like that's what I'm doing most of the day. You know what I mean? Like I'm off. You know, as much as I'd love to say that I've been in a mall all day. Miss some work life drama? Not much. Just communication at work is gross, but who doesn't have that? Oh, thank you, Lily. Thank you so much for the flower. What the hecky? Yeah. It happens to the best of us. Happens to everybody. I am no different. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I think too, having worked in management before, it's more frustrating, right? Because I have a perspective of another, and of course, I understand enough to say, I know that my team I was working with, totally different animal, right? But in retrospect, the team that I worked on, I was a lead for the illustration department of an animated television show. I was the lead illustrator along with a associate director and a director. So there were 3 of us managing a department of 25 illustrators. And every single day, multiple times a day, we talked to every illustrator. And we were working completely remote for years. We talked to every illustrator every day. We were responsible for getting them their tasks, getting them notes. I was going through and I was checking files, dozens of files at a time, going through all of the files and checking them, like quality checks. And we had to produce 1,000 or more assets in 4 weeks because each episode was only slated to have 4 weeks of illustration. So we had 4 weeks to create over 1,000 assets between a team of 25 people. And so that's a lot. But we talked to every illustrator every day. We were on it. We had communication, making sure that everybody felt like they were being supported, that if they had questions, they would get answers. If they needed notes, that they would get those notes in a timely manner, that things weren't sitting, that we were moving things along. And if 3 people could keep track of a team of 25 and train them, you know, and do all that stuff, my team, guys, the current team I'm on, we have months to make our assets, way fewer assets, and granted they take more time to make, so that's, you know, I understand that because I'm making the damn things. But we have six to 8 months to make art for this stuff. Takes a little bit longer, needs a lot more feedback back and forth. But there are 2 illustrators and a lead illustrator. And my manager has not actually talked to me in months. He asked the lead to convey that stuff to us. So, the person that has a direct opinion about the stuff we're doing is not talking to us at all, which is like, why aren't you just telling me what you want? You get a Baja Blast for your work trouble. Thank you. I just found out the owners of the building broke up recently, and now both of them are coming at everybody for lots of things. Oh, that's so messy. Oh my god. So they were together and they own the building that you work out of, and now they're like on everybody because they're like stressed about each other. That's fucked. I hate that. Ugh. Thankfully, I don't have a relationship drama situation here, but that's crazy. All right, we're gonna just do the simple little teeth. That's fun. Yeah, this is looking good. I'm gonna keep this like painted, just because I think the least amount of line art, the better. But it does look like this is like going to be like an actual like element here. So sad. It's gonna be a better tomorrow. I think that's pretty fun, huh? Yeah, it happens to everybody. I am not unique. Not unique in the slightest. All right, let me group this together. We'll do mask. And then we'll have this, and I'll put this in a group, and we'll just be Clover. Wonderful. All right, so I have this little, I can't forget this little heart in the middle. And I have a very faint sketch for it. So let me put that over and just keep that. Thank you for your 15 stream streak. You know what else is unique? Today's sponsor, oranges. Eat an orange. I would love an orange sponsorship. All right, so here's my little heart sketch. I'll leave that. Into your endless dream. So I have a swatch. Oh, I haven't made one yet. Let me make a swatch. I would love an orange. Not a fan of oranges? That's okay. Eat another piece of fruit. You like bananas? You like nanners? Get yourself a nanner. Let me make a little swatch, huh? Grapefruit. Grapefruit's so bitter to me, though. I know that's the, I know that's the thing, TM, but grapefruit's so bitter. And then we have the herns. Oranges are great at stopping a pirate curse. A pirate curse. Scurvy is a pirate curse. With the hair. And then we have this gold color in the hair, which is really fun. Yeah. The pirate's curse of the scurvy. Very silly. All right, we have face paint as well. Okay, so wait, hold on. So we have orange, yellow, and this rusty color, which is the same here. Rusty, and then we have this red. Very warm, and then we have this turquoise color, and then more of a navy here. And then we have this like, actually, yeah, there we go. That, the hat is all, and then we have this off-white, which is the same as that. Okay. And the nose is painted red. I see. For 3 bits, rhyme something with orange. Door hinge. Done. Niners also aren't my favorite. Damn. Of all the fruit I could have chosen, do you like apples? Strawberries. Strawberries are pretty good pick. I like pineapple. Pineapple's really good. Pineapple's delicious. Door hinge. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot this color. This like blue that we have here. We're back into an endless dream. Same color. Okay. Oh, this really intense yellow. I can't forget that. Lots of color. All right, just make sure that I've got everything. I think I have everything for the most part. And then I'm sad I can only request one song. I'm sorry. Gotta try harder than that? For 3 bits? Okay. Orange. Schmorange. You didn't say that it had to be a real word. You didn't say it had to be a real word. Schmorange. Such poetic potential. Exactly. Yeah, you didn't say it had to be a real word. That's just me being a shithead. All right, here are my swatches.
Why are you gay?
Why you gay? Aw, 24. I know you got more in ya. Oh, holy cow. Sorry, Clover. All right, I'm going to take off my...
Why are you gay?
30. The gay's so low. My gay was, I think my gay was pretty high at the beginning. Let me see what a gay is now.
Why are you gay?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right.
Why are you gay?
The cringe is still low. Guys, I gotta be more cringe than that. I gotta be more cringe.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Honestly, y'all want to talk about Turtle, thank you so much for the 3 bits.
He'll take the word cringe next time.
Orange cringe. Okay, thank you so much for your 15 stream streak and also for the
Why are you gay?
for the biddies. If we
Why are you gay?
Hi, Golden. If we want to talk about cringe, which I mean, cringe is for this, it's simply just a meme. I'm doing it for meme purposes. Honestly, like what you like, do what you want to do. No shame or flame or shade to anybody. Honestly, enjoy what you enjoy. I watched through the new Has Been Hotel, and I thought most of it was pretty fun. It was a fun ride. I think if nothing else, it's fun. But I think that the plot could have been a lot better. But a lot of people enjoyed it, and that's all that matters. Okay, just like this lighter. It's not pure white. Okay. There we go. Yeah! Congratulations on being more gay than the last time. But yeah, so I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun ride. Orange floor tinge, more cringe. Door hinge.
Why are you gay?
61% is an admirable number. Wow. How are you so gay? Awe and respect. Yeah, you guys got a lot going for you today. My goodness. I know the perfect way to max out my cringe meter. Okay, please. I want you to absolutely crush being the cringe lord. Not only are you a Rizzler, but you're a cringe lord. We love that for you. Cringe lord, Rizzler. How can I increase my gay? By simply living, laughing, and loving. Also, you can just use the prompt after I think like 5 to 10 minutes. Mewy, welcome to the mall. Thank you so much for the follow. I forgot what I was saying, so halfway through saying it. Thanks for the follow. I'm gonna play one game of League of Legends. No, too cringe, too much. I used to play League, but I had good friends that played it with me. So the real difference is if you are ever curious about playing League, truthfully, I mean, it's just about who you play it with. And I feel like a lot of games are like that, where like, you know, if you play like Overwatch or Valorant, or if you're playing like, I don't know, Fortnite, like I think a lot of games are made exponentially better when you play with other people that you trust and that you enjoy, because then you can communicate with them and it's fun, you know what I mean? All right, so the inner fluffy of the ear is this creamy color. Dang, those rookie numbers gonna have to step up my game, yeah. But yeah, like I used to play League in like high school a little bit, like at the end of my high school life. And it's just because I had some friends, online friends that played it, and they were willing to like tell me about it and teach me the ropes in a way that felt like nice. They were very friendly. So I had a good time. But it is not something I would play now. Simply because I don't have a group that would like to play it. And it's not something that I was so, like, excited for that I would go back. But that doesn't, hey, you know what? It's not anything on people that do like it. You poor soul. My friends were really nice. They were there. I enjoyed it because I was with my friends. That's really the long and short of it. I had fun because they were fun. But if I had to do it on my own, I wouldn't have fun. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be as fun. You know, 'tis what it is. All right, let's see. Oh, somebody earlier, you asked what I liked about art. I like putting makeup on characters. That's one of my favorite parts of the art process, is putting the makeup on the characters, which Clover does have. Blue around this eye, this turquoise around this eye, and then the nose is painted red, which I think is really fun. Maybe the real League is Legends are the legends we made along the way. I do have to say, I really enjoyed watching Arcane. I enjoyed Arcane quite a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna do the makeup real quick with this blue color. It's just a circle around the eye. Yeah, just a circle and then a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Speaking of that, actually reminds me of when I was like looking for colleges. I actually liked a band called Steam Powered Giraffe. And that was, to me, I was like, this is the epitome of me consuming music. Me enjoying it and having cool taste and being quirky. And I liked their music, but then they ended up like changing their vibe, and I was like, oh, shucks. Hi, Ghost!
Mandi U1HYPE Mandi.
Thanks so much for the resub for 12 months. You're a year old. Thank you so much for being 1 whole year old. Oh my god. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your new badge. It's Ghost. It's Ghost. Okay, wait. Is it just a full circle around the eye? It kind of hugs the eye a little bit. So I feel like I don't think it needs to be a full circle, but let me actually test out what a circle would look like here. If I could actually get it looking right. Oh, that's like way different. Okay. Donk. I'm kind of fucking with that. That's fun. Hi, I hope you're doing well. Maybe kind of give it a little bit of a squish at the bottom, maybe, to make it feel like it's a little bit. There we go. Got my rodeo hoodie on. Is it good? Oh, I need to actually order one for myself. Hi, Raiders. Hi there, Sawyer. How are you? Welcome, Raiders. Hi. Hold on. I'm turning my little cow around. Turning my cow upside down. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. Oh, all right. Let me turn this back up. We're actually coloring. You guys got for the fun part. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. What were you guys doing today? Cows upside. Could you guys say wait, hold on. Don't go anywhere. Ready? Are you ready? What's this? It's a milkshake. Sorry. Okay. Instant raid regret. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Did you hear me wheeze? My own joke is stupid. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. What were you up to today? Welcome. If you need to raid and run, especially after taking psychological damage, please feel free. Holy moly, holy cow. currently working on a commission for Clover Calliope, who is a clown cow, which is really cute. A ringleader clown cow. But I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Welcome in. If you guys don't know me, but you would like to, feel free to follow me on my socials. I have a Blue Sky, I got a coffee, I got all sorts of stuff. I have a BGen. But welcome, guys. Welcome in. If you guys don't follow Star Heavenly already, if you really like pixel art, there's been some cool 3D modeling going on over there as well recently. Just really fun vibe, really cool VTuber. I highly recommend. Editing and writing, hell yeah. I hope you had a wonderful time. If you want to share a link to any of your socials, you want to plug anything you're working on, feel free. But also, if you need to run and take care of yourself, no problem. Welcome in, everybody. And thanks for thinking of me. We're coloring. We're doing the fun stuff. And we were also... What were we talking about before? I'm struggling to remember. Only a few moments ago. Mere moments have passed, yet I've forgotten everything. But we're just vibing. We're chilling. We're coloring in, which I don't know. It's so much fun to color. It's one of my favorite parts. Food, rhymes, cringe, and gay meters. Oh, thank you. That's our note takers on it. Look at how cute. Oh, I was making a circle and I was focused really hard on it. I was really focused on it. Actually, you know what? What if I did the same thing here, but with the turquoisey color? Hi, Flux, how are you? Guys, the wheeze I wusped earlier, crazy. All right, so we're gonna make this a little bit bigger. Hi, guys, how are you? Sometimes I put a little bit of a stank when I like utter a vowel of some sort, like guys, hey there, guys. And I don't know why. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Okay, pretty high up, almost up above the brow. So we're gonna make this a little bigger. Okay. I think you're 15 stream streak. Oh my god. So it the emote you used in the streak thing, it shows the word that's associated with that emote, and I almost read it as ka-chow. Also, I haven't seen, and if you guys know otherwise, please correct me. I haven't currently seen in the Twitch alerts that they have a streak alert. For anyone that doesn't know, Twitch offers an alternative to like other alerts based like bots and things, like Stream Elements and Nightbot and stuff like that. They offer their own alternatives. So if you want alerts, you can do like Hype Train alerts and stuff like that. So I have some of my alerts through Twitch. I have some of them through like Stream Elements and stuff like that. But it doesn't currently have an alert for streaks, because it is a fairly, I know stream streaks aren't new, but giving you notifications that there are stream streaks is kind of new. So I kind of wish that it would like read out your TTS and stuff like that. So maybe I can look into that more. Maybe I can look into that more. Gave myself a streak alert. If I've eaten Taco Bell in the past 8 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what, Celador? That's going in the Hall of Fame. That's going into the chat Hall of Fame. It's more of an out of context than a Hall of Fame. It should be actually more a Hall of Shame. Sometimes you gays say astronomical things in my chat, and I got to keep track of it. But I always lose. There it is. All right, it's going in there, Celador. It's going in there. Oh, and I put your cringe in the wrong wobbles. Last time I put your cringe in the wrong. Hold on, let me copy image. Put that in the cringeometer. Silly. There we go. Put it in the wrong thing. All right. As is tradition, when I add something new to the Hall of Shame, I read the most recent message. The most recent one is gay trickle-down economics is a lie. Courtesy of Wobble. Holy cow. I keep saying that. Maybe I say holy moly instead. But now that I'm drawing a little cow, I'm like, uh-oh. We were talking about the gayometer, I think, is what we were talking about. The gay trickle-down economics. Okay. So I have this. I'm going to make it a smidge smaller so that when I'm going to go back over with my rough brush to kind of give it a little bit of texture. Bow, 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 bow. There you go. Bow, 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 bow. I can't wait to I'm gonna put a little shine on the nose. Yeah. Well, you know what? I've just been referring to Clover as they, them, but I'm gonna double check to see if Clover has pronouns listed in the VGen character thing. There's if you don't know, VGen has an area or like a system where you can like put your character like OC information and they can use that to get commissions with, which I think is really smart. Whoever thought of that, huge, their brain is freaking massive. Hold on, let me take a look. Let me take a look at your pronouns, Clover. Let me see, where? They, them, any. Okay. Well, then we'll continue with the they, them. There we go. Perfect. Look at this smile. Look at that smile. little tooths poking out. All right, let me see here. I like to do a process of like a base for the skin tone, and then I do like some blushing on top. So let me do some blushing. I'm gonna do symmetry again. There we go. Let me take this color that the nose has been painted and or actually the brown, and then I'm gonna kind of warm it up a little bit. This music's so chill. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of this, kind of warm it up a little. And then with this brush, you can see how textury it is, but if I want it to be a little bit less textury, I go in with like whatever colors beneath it, and it kind of softens it out a little. It's giving like colored pencil a little bit, with a little bit less directionality, because colored pencil, you kind of get some fun like direction when you there we go. When you like use the, you can kind of do like fine lines. Can I do fine lines? Sure. Do I? No. There we go. Kind of get a little bit of something happening there. And then for the ears, maybe I could get like a darker and warmer situation going on for these. Take this color, kind of like ease it out. And then for we'll do a little bit smaller. And then we have like the creamy color underneath. So I'm just gonna, oops, actually, hold on. There we go. Just kind of lighten that up a little. Okay. I love the little kicky legs underneath the chatter guy's disembodied head. You've given them a new head. So new head? Sorry. I think under the lip as well. I'm going to do a little bit of rendering on the lip. Let me actually see if I can't get like an in-between color. That might be nice. Yeah, okay. Wait a minute. I really like drawing mouths a lot. Almost forgot to mention, got my prints. Let's go. I hope they are of good quality. I hope you've enjoyed them. There we go. We're going to like darken the lip a little bit. And then I'm going to kind of go over to the side and kind of give a little bit of shadow. And then I'll go back in and give a little bit of highlight. Ah, not like that. Yeah, something a little bit like this. Hi, Aria. How are you? Hi. Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Actually going to go in a little bit with a darker color underneath. Just a little bit. See if I can't darken it up a smidge. Not as much, but a touch. Good. Watching my son. Let's go. I actually saw quite a few TikToks this morning. I was just chilling out with my wife and we were watching TikToks in bed, like we do. And we ended up getting recommended those TikToks of kids just like running straight into like a glass wall or something, and like you don't want to laugh because they're being hurt, but you're like also like silly kids, silly children. There was this this kid that was like in one of those little runaround like walker baby things. Like it's like a little, so how do I explain it? It's like one of those little wheel around like seats, and it has like a little table around, and they can just kind of stretch their legs and get used to like walking without having to actually be on like their own weight. And he had like a little, this little baby had like a little plastic bowl, like a Tupperware bowl. And his parent was like, "Give me the bowl, give my bowl back." And he starts zooming around, zooming away. And it was so cute. She's like, "Give it back, give me my bowl back." And he's like, "Meow," through the house. They are. I still have my Xenomommy print. I gave my FMA print to my older brother, and my mom had asked me what I got. I told her 2 prints. I showed her your VGen. I showed her all the art that you make. She said it was very nice. Thanks, Mom. Aw, what the heck? Thank you, Margaret. I don't, that's some mother-shaped name. I don't know if that's actually, you don't have to tell me your mom's name. But I do have her on speed dial, so it's funny that I wouldn't know her name. I may laugh at my child doing shit like that all the time. Oh, I mean, you have to laugh. You have to deal with it. Margaret, listen, I don't know if that's your mom's name. It's probably Mom Grit. Wait, no, everybody's mom's name is just Mom. So, silly. Every mom's name is just Mom. Silly. How could I have forgotten? If your mom's name is actually Margaret, which again, you don't have to share, that's personal information, but if it is Margaret, that's very funny. Hi, Strange Lemon. Welcome. Ah! Ow! Welcome in. How are you, Raiders? And hi, Nesters. Lemon Raid. We brought lemonade. Welcome in. I love lemonade. Oh my gosh. Did you guys know canonically that pink lemonade comes from pink lemons? Welcome, Raiders. It's my grandma's name, actually. Oh, that's why I got your grandma in my phone as well. We love Margaret. Welcome, Raiders. We exist in 2 universes. Somehow, simultaneously, a person with the name is just Mom, but identity is known to everyone. Hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. Lemon, how are you? Welcome, everybody. You just witnessed me get hit in the head with something, which why would you do that? Why would you hit me in the head with something? But welcome in, Raiders. I'm Mandi, Quin, Mall Mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today I'm drawing a commission for a lovely individual, Clover Calliope, a really fun clown cow. How are you? Welcome in. I hope you guys had a fabulous stream. Here's what I'm working on. Here's what I got going. Which is really fun. I'm having a good time with this. Obviously, I mean, how can you not? Look at that face. I hope you had a fabulous stream. What were you up to today? Let me get a sip of my drink. Seen you around before. Big fan of the aesthetic model. Thank you so much. Love this. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I'm having a really good time drawing this too. It's just really fun. I love drawing smiles, which kind of sounds like gay. I'm just kidding. It sounds, simple, but I really love giving characters a little silly smile. I love their, so the person that asked the question, I'm forgetting. They mentioned that they really love watching expressions. Was it Lily? Did you ask? Love pixelated models so much. I don't see them enough. I can only give credit to my model parent, who is a real pup. They drew and rigged the model, and this is their art style as well. The design, I did the design myself, but the art and rig is completely a real pup, so I cannot take credit. But if you would like to support all the artists that have helped me, I have done a lot of the art myself. All of the overlay pieces I've done myself. Obviously, I draw mostly on stream, but my background, my rig, my model, all that stuff, you can find a lot of really awesome folks in that credit. And of course, I don't know why it spawns you at the bottom of the page, so just scroll up. I'll have to see if there's a way for me to update the link so that it starts you at the top of the page. I don't know why it would start you at the bottom, but it does. But welcome in. If you guys need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do. But if you would like to hang out, we're working on this art, we're having a good time. And if you were working on any art, if you have art that you would like to share, feel free to send a link in the chat. I'd love to see what you were working on. Or if you were playing a game and having a good time, I hope you guys loved it. Live, laughed, loved. hanging out for a bit. Gotta pop in off. Hey, you know what? I'm so happy to see you. Welcome in. I really appreciate you hanging out, and I appreciate you bringing your community to me. That's so sweet of you. What the hecky? What the heliante? Really appreciate it. And I hope you've been having a good day. It's finally the weekend. I actually don't usually stream on Saturdays. But I got in late last night from work, so I ended up moving my last night's stream to today. I'm wondering if I make tiny clay things. Let's go! Yeah! Oh, guys, are you seeing this? Hold on. When do you usually stream? Friday night and Sunday. So tiny that we have your literal fingerprint. His name's Windsor. God, oh, that's so fucking. Look at how tiny this is. Wait a minute. Hold on. The image. Let me even give you even more scale. The image. What? Look at him. Oh my god. That's a finger, guys. We could actually steal your identity with this picture. My god. It's so tiny. One, huge props to the quality of your camera to get this little baby. But two, you sculpted something that has actual fine detail and it's so little. He's getting a friend Newton, a newt. Look at how tiny. I love this. Oh my gosh. If you have a Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever you like to post your art and you'd like to share that link as well so people can find your lovely art, please feel free to send that as well. This is so sweet. What the heck? He's just a little baby. He's just a little baby. Does Newt get a fig? Fig Newton. Hell yeah. Oh. I'm looking. Look at the tiny little felted clown baby. So cute. Oh my god. Thank you so much for sharing. Try not to cry challenge. Try not to cry challenge. Windsor. Ah, so cute. Actually, okay, fun fact, the Windsor Newton joke as well is very good. I know that it's Newt, but Windsor Newton, for those of you that don't know, Windsor Newton is a paint brand. They're an art supply brand. And a very good quality brand to boot. Very expensive. I was gay, and I think I'm getting gayer. Y'all want to know how much a Windsor Newton oil paint costs? Hold on. Windsor Newton oil paint. Let's see what a tube of paint down. Wait, hold on. Okay, one 37 milliliter tube is almost $5. However, it depends on which paint you're getting. Oil paints, most of them are still utilizing heavy metals to create the color. So if you've ever heard of like a phthalo blue or a cadmium red or cadmium yellow, they're using cadmium, which is a heavy metal, to make that color. So as you can imagine, the colors are expensive. Windsor Newton oil color, 37 milliliters, okay, which is only 1.25 fluid ounces in America and other countries that use fluid ounces. Indian yellow. Shout out some numbers that you think. Don't look it up. Don't fucking make it funny. Do it. Just imagine. This is a 1.25 ounce tube of yellow paint. Tell me what you think, how much it costs. It's oil paint, by the way. Tell me what you think it costs. Shout out some numbers, and I'll tell you how close it is. Oh my god. I'm being strange was the whole thing before you got here. Yeah, no, you're good. Guys, I can't wait to tell you what the actual number is. Please just guess numbers, and I can't wait to blow your expectations. $85 lower. $2 higher. $2 higher. $85 lower. $15 higher. $84 lower. 69 lower. 40 higher. This tube of yellow paint is $49.79. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Here it is, folks. You could get this tube of paint for $50. The Price is Right could never. The Price of Right could never. Putting the paint in paint. Let me find another one. Let me find another ridiculous cost. Because some of them, listen, depending on what the paint is, it's not all that expensive. And of course, you don't need Winsor Newton paints. But like there's a tube of watercolor, which is 14 milliliters, which is half the size, though it takes you a lot of time to get through a watercolor. There's a watercolor tube that's $30 for half as much. Yeah, there are some acrylics that are just as expensive. Wow. Acrylic paint, I don't remember. Liquitex acrylic paint, I do not remember acrylic paint being that expensive. But, I mean, it could just be that material costs are crazy, because there's a Liquitex tube of heavy body paint, which I would expect maybe $10 for this 2-ounce tube. This 2-ounce tube of whatever this fucking color is $38. God. I just continue to make tiny things named after them. Hey, you know what? Honestly, supplies have some fun names. I use Liquitex Basic and it's just fine. Yeah, I used to love acrylic paint. That was my big thing. I loved acrylic paint. Got into playtest to a game I forgot about. Yippee! Congratulations. You're like, I fucking forgot. Let's go. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't remember paint being that astronomical. That's crazy. I mean, not all paint is, right? But I can imagine too, like if you're into like miniature painting, if there are certain brands that have like a chokehold on the industry of like providing miniature paints, I'm sure they can charge a premium because they have the monopoly on it, kind of. And that's the thing. It's like if you are more about the name, and with the name comes quality, but you're gonna be paying a pretty penny for that. Just be wary. But I do recommend, if you're interested in oil paints, or the cheaper will get you where you want to go. You don't have to spend premium price for art supplies. Just use what works. And then if you find that you're looking for something different, when you've already established yourself, you know what you want out of an oil paint. If you're looking for a smoother finish or a thicker body on the paint, then buy a better quality when you need it. Thank you so much, Lemon. Thank you. Yes. I'll do it. There we go. Y'all, I'm thinking about Windsor. I'm thinking about him. Just a little guy. Okay. I'm going to take this color again. And I'm just going to, soften it out a little. Get a little bit of that. Yeah. I think I want to grab a little bit of a blushy color here too. However, I want that to translate to the face paint too. So maybe the face paint could be color? No, that's too much. Ooh, hard light looks nice. It's only slightly altered the color of it, but it's mostly the same, which is pretty nice. I think that's good. Okay, let's do another layer here and do a little bit of like a blush. But I'm trying to keep it a little bit in line with everything else we have. I'm going to use this like color here, this pinkish color. And I'm really going to like pack it in over here. And you might be saying, Mandy, ew, don't worry about it. Hold on. And then I'm going to soften it with a soft eraser because I'm going to do like a blending mode on this. There we go. I just wanted to introduce a little bit more color. I like to bring blush up the side of the head a little bit. Oh, you know what? I'll do that to the lip too. a little bit of blush. Hold on. I know it looks a little rough. Hold on. Don't worry about it. Hold on. There we go. And then I'm thinking I could do a little bit of something with this. Hold on. What if we did... Ooh, I kind of like how rich that is. Hold on. Maybe we could do something a little bit more like... Oh, here's soft light. I think soft light's pretty good. Vivid light is too much. Oh, I kind of like pin light. It almost gets like a berry color. That's nice. I like that. There's like this a soft berry tone to it. And then maybe I'm gonna just go make it like 85%. Yeah, 85%. So we have a little bit of that, but it's not super overbearing. You know what I mean? It's not super, but trying to get a little bit of tone, extra, like a different tone. Yeah, we don't need that much, but there we go. Something a little bit different. So here is the before and after. There's a little bit of variety here. And then the lip, I'm going to do like a gloss on it. Great clipping, man. Yeah, clip. So I'm going to keep like a warmer tone. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. There we go. Something like this. Whoops. And darling. Cute. I'm going to do something like that to the nose as well. The nose is painted, so adding a little bit of pizzazz to the nose is also pretty good. Okay. The sun is coming through the window! Ow! Every time. It's that time of year again where I'm blinded. Ugh. Hold on. I'll fix it. Alright, I don't need the symmetry, so I'm gonna just kinda... Because the problem is that if I can't see, then it's harder for me to draw. You know what I mean? Oh! Golden, you scared Golden, you scared me. Golden, why you tooting like that? What are you doing with all that? You got your dump truck. Jeez. Emphasis on the dump. Crazy. Also, Golden, I know I haven't played Minecraft. I haven't been in the Discord in a bit. Thank you so much for your 15 stream streak. Thanks for streaking. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of that. Ah! That's crazy. How could you say that? After all we've been through, how can you say that? Hold on, I might do a crisper eraser. There we go. Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah. Hold on, my eyes are being blasted with freaking sunlight, guys. My eyes are getting absolutely blasted with this fucking sunlight right now. It's crazy. Oh my god. Bombarded. Hi, Sakura Rose, how are you? Getting absolutely blinded by this freaking sunlight now. Look at that shine on the nose. Ooh-wee. Cute. Go! Alright. Yes. This is what I wanted. This is what I'm asking for. Oh, whoa. Hold on. I didn't even see that. Hold on, let me get rid of that. Boink. Golly whiz. I didn't even see that. There we go. I might put a little bit more panache on the eye makeup too. One moment while I unblind myself. This window, this weekend, or I was ordering some millet for my bird mochi. Millet is like a grain that's like dry. Hi, Yanina, how are you? Yeah, nana. I was ordering millet for my bird, and I was like, you know what? Let me order something else while I'm here. Put something else in my cart. And I got window film, like a frosted window film, so I can, because these blinds have been broken, I kid you not, for almost 2 years. Like 2 years. So, and the problem is the blinds are inside the window pane in this door. So like now that they're broken, I would have to physically take part of the door apart, and ain't nobody got fucking time for that. So I was like, oh, I'll get a window film so I can, and I haven't put it up because I've only had it for like 2 days. But incentive to put window film up. Maybe I do that tonight. But for now, I have to prevent myself from being blinded by the sun. So one moment here. All right, chillin'. I'm happy to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Almost said good night. Well, it could be night for somebody. Hold on. Hold on, I'm blind. I have to fix that. For those of you that are new here, every time the sun comes in and beams me in the freaking face, I gotta go and get, I have like an IKEA desktop that I don't use anymore. Like the top of a desk. And I have to pull it away from the wall. And then I have to put it up on top of this cat tree by my window, and I have to literally physically block out the sun. Okay, hold on. There we go. Yippee! Yatta! Alright, I did it. Whew, it's a little physical workout. It gets me to stand, you know what I mean? Gets me standing up, gets me moving, you know what I mean? The sun has actually said, Mandy, you need to move it. I like to move it. Okay. Oh, I'm back. Hope you're also having a good day. Thank you. I am. I feel really cheery. I feel really good. I'm vibing. I'm chilling. Relaxing, maxing, all cool. Shooting some b-ball outside the school with a couple of guys. They were up to no good. Started making trouble in my neighborhood. Got one little fight. My ma got scared. She said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." Sorry. I'm sorry. I haven't done that in a while, so it just comes out of me. The Fresh Prince overtakes me. I'm having a rough day. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets a little bit better with hanging out with other mall goers. You know what I mean? Little guys. Oh, maybe not. Whoops. LOL. Nice curse. Nice curse, nerd. Something like that. Just a little shine on the nose. Making trouble in your neighborhood? What the heck? In my neighborhood? Happens more often than you'd think. No, my neighborhood's actually really quiet. A lot of older folks live here. There's actually a lady on the corner, and I catch her every once in a while, and I wave to her, and she's like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "I'm doing good. How are you?" But she has a scary dog, and he's a boxer. He sounds loud, but he's actually a good boy. But he's like in the yard most of the time, and he's like, "Row, row, row!" But he stopped barking at me because he knows me. Do I know what his name is? No, but I think he's cute. I love him, and I wave to him, and sometimes he barks. He's like, "Row, row, row," and I'm like, "Hey, man, row, row," you know. Just got a damn Amber Alert. Oh my gosh, they scare the buzzing on the phone. Like everybody's phone is trained to just blast. They can definitely be startling. Can be startling for sure. Oh, look at that. Before, after. Before, so cute. Ow! Sorry. Hi, Muti. How are you? Okay, I think I want to put a little bit more panache, a little bit of pizzazz on here. So I'm gonna maybe take like a lighter version of this, right? Ooh, okay. And let me see if I can't like give it like almost like a metallic kind of look, huh? Yeah, something like that. Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Wait. Maybe a little bit more. Ooh. Maybe a little bit into this. Ooh. Yeah, wait a minute. Kind of like a little bit of a highlight there. Ooh, actually. Kind of like imply that there's a little bit of something happening with this. You know what I mean? Oh, now wait a dang second. Yeah. A little something as a treat. Okay, wait a minute. All right. And then I'll take my soft brush and kind of taper it out a little so it's not so bright. That's fun. Maybe over here, I bring a little bit of this blue back into this. This is just the little joys of you, like, I don't know, messing around, right? Playing around, seeing what looks right. Maybe a little bit of this blue under this eye. Ooh. Maybe a little bit on this eyelid, huh? It's been so long. Hi, Crow. How are you? Ah! No! My eyes and ears. Oop. No! You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. On the day of my daughter's wedding, and you do this to me. Holy moly. How are you doing, Crow? I hope you're doing well. Maybe I don't anymore. Holy moly, that was crazy. That was wild. That was nuts. Okay, kind of like an opposite on each side. How are you? Hey, how are you? That was crazy. You come into my home and you just blast ass? You blast ass, that's crazy. I needed it to cancel out the fucking car alarm that's been going off for 5 damn minutes. That's crazy. That you chose this to cancel out a car alarm is actually kind of crazy, astronomical even. Okay. Uh-huh. Hold on. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe. Is that a fucking Homestuck reference? No. It wasn't. And now I'm second guessing myself. What? No! I wasn't trying, at least. Okay. And then hold on. We're going to take this. We're going to delete this layer, and we're going to make a new. There we go. You can't escape it. It's a cruel curse. It's cruel. Cruel curse. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to go back here. And then here. I'll do a little bit more of this. Oops. Let me do a little bit. I think I should get a little because the eyelashes are so big and beautiful. I gotta. There we go. Just a little bit extra. So it doesn't pinch. There we go. Cute. Cute. Okay. Hair now. We'll do the hair. Skin. We'll just do this. Base. Actually, hold on. I'm labeling my layers. Ooh, okay. Makeup. Yeah. Skin. I leave you with my stinking lurk tea. Have fun. Have a good night. Or good morning. Gotta head out, but have a good rest of your stream. Thank you so much. Thanks for vibing. Oh. Nani? Nani kure? Ow. No! Ow! No! Oh, it's fine. That's fine. I can fix it. We can fix it. We can fix it. Don't worry about it. We can fix it. We can fix it. It's everywhere. Shoot. Got that turquoise everywhere. Goddamn. Oh my god. Everywhere. What in the world? I didn't even see that. Okay, hold on. It's like everywhere. Get out of here. Did it. All right. Perfect. Well, it's fine. It's more or less how it was before. Lovely. Okay. There we go. And this is underneath the eyebrow, so it's not a huge deal. Let me just make sure that it's not like peeking out over there. Lovely. Okay, so we have these eyes and the teeth here. So I am going to do a little clippy mask, and I'm going to take maybe like a little bit more of a... Oh, this color, maybe a smidge darker. Nifty news from life. Okay. I gotta read it. Meeting on Thursday. Gotta learn about some new developments going up in future commercial plans. I was able to give input. They seem to be open to some of my ideas for infrastructure. Things like rain catches to reduce stress on stormwater systems, eco-centric traffic management. In addition, I went to a ribbon cutting for our city's new mobile library. Oh, that's so much fun! What the heck? Hell yeah. The thank yous the director was giving in her speech. That was so sweet. Oh, hell yeah. I love that you're so involved in your community. I don't know jack shit about my community. Which is, I mean, I think that's like not atypical. Like, I think a lot of people are just kind of like, you're just in a community. But I love how much you're invested in your community. I think, especially too, because you have a family, and I don't know. I really like that. And I like you sharing it. I really appreciate. I think it's nice to see that you're getting appreciation for your ideas and that it's going really well. It's really exciting. We're gonna do a little bit of like a warm color. Cute. Okay, and then maybe like a lighter, like a highlight somewhere. Like, there we go. Really easy to get involved, to be honest. Like, in the past 6 months, it's gone from 0 to 1,000. You know what? I'll have to pay more attention. I'll have to get more invested, to be honest. Okay, let me grab for the teeth. This little shadow on the teeth, little flare. And then for the eye itself, the eye is this turquoise, and then the shading is like that rusty orange. That's fun. What an unconventional combination, but I think it's really nice. It makes me think of actual like turquoise, like the stone, and how it has like veins of color going through it. That's really cool. All right, there we go. Oh, hold on. Last use symmetry. Wonderful. Okay. We're going to go back around. Going to color this in. There we go. Yeah, I've always wanted to help folks, but found it very lofty goal until breaking it down into helping the folks around me first and then going from there. Yeah, honestly, slay. Slay. I'm really excited to hear that, especially too because like you're at a point now where you're getting recognized for your contributions, and that's always nice. I mean, it's not usually for the recognition. A lot of people are doing it because they just want to be a part of something and they want to help. But then being recognized for it is like a whole other thing. Let me go over here. Okay, we're gonna do like a little bit of a highlight, like right under the eye here. And then the pupils are just white, right? Yeah. Yeah. So let me just erase. Oops. Real destination. There we go. Dude, I was one of 3 folks in the CRA meetings that wasn't there to represent the developments on the docket, and that's not uncommon. Those that show up get to mold their community. That's really nice. Wow! Yeah, definitely something because the thing is that I didn't really know how long I'd be living in this area, so, but I'm gonna take a look at it. I'm gonna take a better look at it. Ooh, I love that color. Look at how striking that is. Ooh. Whoa. Okay, maybe like a darker, more brown, like a red. Ooh. Yeah. Look at that. That's great. Look at how striking that contrast is. Pretty. Pretty. Okay. And then above the lines, I'm going to do like an eye shine. The eye shine does crazy work. Crazy work for making something look like it's got a lot more personality. Cute. Flight rising copper. Yeah, copper for sure. Oh my god. Volunteering to help on election days gotten me on first name basis with the folks that are in charge of local elections. That's a good idea. The ladies that run our local elections are really sweet. They're all just like a bunch of like slightly older ladies, probably like their 50s and 60s, so they're probably retired and they're all just doing like volunteer. And they're all really nice. I'm like, hey, how are you? I love the texture. Thank you, Static Eyes. How are you? Hey, you get paid. Let's go. We can go. The thing is that my local, like my early elections have all been happening on days that I work. So like, you know, but my wife has been wanting to get into volunteering. That's because shiny eyes are alive eyes. Even when someone's dead, they stop blinking, their eyes go matte from dryness. Just like me, for real. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. It's working the polls, but it's spelled P-O-L-E-S. Just kidding. That's me being silly. That's just me being silly. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna do something kind of fun. Maybe. Let me do an inner glow and make these maybe like a pink of some sort. Yeah.
Time for some of that sweet, sweet fountain
That's
water.
not where I want it. It's too big. Nah, the pink looks whack. Maybe yellow. The yellow's kind of fun, but it might be better as like the turquoise. Yeah, maybe. A little bit less. Instead of softer. Oh no, the softer. Kind of fun. Let me get a sippy of my drink. Lovely. Got water and I got my chai, my iced chai, which I should probably go back to be honest. I haven't sipped it in a minute. Oh, cute. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do some highlighting on the fur as well. We're gonna do eyes. There we go. Papa Miku, you like my Miku? Thank you. Actually, let me take another look at the reference. The eyes are pretty straightforward. We could put some like speckling in them, but I think the texture from the brush is enough. That's on purses. Having elections on weekends means less working class folk will be able to vote. Yeah, absolutely. I like to I do just go before work. Like 7 a.m. Pull up. It's really close by, so I have a lot of opportunities to pop up. Okay, so the ears are this like nice dark blue color. I think it matches the hair color. Yeah, matches the hair color. So I'll include it in the hair. Vote by mail or early. Yeah, I do the early stuff and I go like, you know, before work on whatever day they happen to be open. Okay. Should I do the... Wait, oh no, there was something I was going to do. I was going to do highlights. So that's a highlight layer that I could use. Yeah, let me do something like this, but a little bit more warm. And then do a little bit of this. Does that look like anything? Yeah, sort of. Let me make it a little bit lighter. Not so light. Okay, and then we're gonna do like a soft... Ow! Soften it up. Insert I'm doing my part meme. Yes. I'm doing my part. Okay. Just kind of doing a little bit of this and then the chin as well. It looks way bright on the chin. So let me just make sure that I'm not doing... Yeah, it's nice around the... And a little bit around the corner of the eyes. A little bit in the eye. There we go. Nothing too wild. Yeah. Here's the before, after. Really just highlighting the center of the face. My chair is so freaking squeaky and loud. Okay. So let me do the hair now, which I don't need my symmetry for. I'm really liking how this is turning out. All right. We have the fur, or the hair, which is this really deep blue, but it's not our darkest blue. It's just a darker, like, navy color. Yeah, let me start with the eyebrows. It's gonna fix up some of our contrast on our face. Yeah. Cute. Cute. I don't know. This character is adorable. Adorable character. There was a obviously streaming adds a bunch of time, but like another commission that I did, same like premise, but the character's design was simpler and the sketch took like way less time. Like I was just hanging out in like a Discord with my pals, and it took me like 2.5 hours tops to do the entire thing, start to finish. But this has a lot more detail going on, and also streaming, chatting with folks in the stream. Takes some time, but I like drawing on stream. It gives me a time and a place and a space to just kind of have fun. I don't know. I have so much fun on stream, and I think you guys can tell when someone has fun on stream. You know what I mean? Like when I like to watch streams, you can tell when somebody's just having a good time. Heck yeah, you can just tell. Oh man, this person's like, I don't know, singing and laughing and goofing around. And that makes making the art much more fun. So, I don't know. I think also too, like, you know, when you draw someone smiling and you smile yourself, I like that you guys can see that. Well, that was one of the things that I think PNG tubing is a valid form of VTubing. I think it's not so much of a sentiment now, but I think some people still have the feeling that like if you're not using like a live 2D model or equivalent, that you're not like VTubing. But I beg to differ. But the one thing about PNG tubing that I ended up not enjoying as much was that you guys couldn't see me like move around and express myself, my face. And I do a lot of expression. That's just something that I happen to do naturally. A little Jim Carrey-esque sometimes. But I like that you guys can see that. I like that you guys can see me moving around. And I think even on like a subconscious level, people gravitate to that, right? The way like I'm moving around, you can kind of see my arm moving, you see my eyes move around a little bit. And I think that subtle bit of like connection makes a difference to some other folks probably don't care, but some folks do. It's different for everybody. But it's still, I really enjoyed, like, I mean, I did the first 2 years of my streaming with a PNG model, and I met a lot of really cool people regardless, so it's a really fun time. I've just been having a blast. I'm just going to do this for as long as I can. Look at that. The hair is so cute. What a fun color. Again, thinking of like combinations that I wouldn't have made. Like obviously we have so we have a very similar shade of hair. Watch, look at this. You see that? Our hair is very similar color, but the way that we've used the blue is way different, which I like. I like that a lot. This bit makes me think of a heart song. We can't go on, just running away if we stay any longer. Yeah, whatever that one's called. That's what that beginning makes me think of. Okay. So there are multiple colors in the hair, streaks of this gold color. So I might do an overlay render instead of doing like the blue. Oh, you know what? This little bit back here should be blue. And I think, honestly, I'll just color this back blue, just assuming there's some hair back there, part of the ponytail. So usually I would take some lighter shades of blue and I'd start like doing my rendering. But what I will do is, since there's different colors in this hair, I will probably just use overlay and use like white or a light color and make my two birds, one stone. I think the name of the heart song is Never. That's right. Never. But really just that beginning bit. Here, hold on. Listen. Hold on. Listen. Hold on, it's coming. It's coming. That bit. Okay, and now this bit. You hear it? Do you hear it? Yep. My Mandi ear is tingling. Ooh, oh, oh. Yeah. I haven't heard this song in a while. I hear it. I'm talking to you. Self and listen. Things you can never ever do. Or can't choose. Y'all, I should stop. I really like Heart. Let you in. One chance. One love. And so let me know. We can't go on. Just running away. If we stay any longer. You never get away. Oh, you can make it happen. Can I exploit your knowledge of color theory? Of course, exploit my knowledge, yeah, all the time. Never, never, never gone away. All right, anyway. I had my moment to sing the song. I should have just added this to the queue. I clicked on it like a fool. Deny it. It's right over here. I don't know if you guys care to explore more of Heart's music, but it's a pair of sisters. They did a tribute to the band Led Zeppelin at the Kennedy Space Center, like for like these like achievement awards. And Heart does a cover of Stairway to Heaven. That's very good. Very cool. So if you like that kind of thing. Trying to come up with a palette for heavy metal album cover. I have 2 ideas. Okay, I'm locked in. Run away. Never, never, never run away. Hi, how are you, Asana? I'll have to check that out. Yeah, it's really fun. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me get you the link. If you guys care to look at it, you don't have to, but let me get the link. I have the power. Kennedy Center, not the Space Center. Okay, yeah. 12 years ago. But it's got 104 million views. Jesus Christ. Bam! All right. If you like Led Zeppelin, if you like Heart, a really cool performance. Really fun. Really nice. I'm good. How are you? B, Saturate. Okay, wait. Oh, I missed the A. Deep purple, electric blues, hot neon pink, and yellow white highlights. I like that. And saturated neon green, red, yellow, oranges contrasted with dark blues and blacks. Both of those look really nice. Hold on. Never. All right. A, deep purple, electric blue, hot neon pink, white. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let me grab like probably like a deeper, warmer purple. Deep purple, neon, like even brighter than that. And then what was the other one? Electric blue. So basically like a CMYK. This is like CMYK, but with the black replaced with purple. Classic. I like that a lot. And then the other one, saturated neon greens, reds, yellows, oranges, contrasted by dark blue and black. Yeah. So maybe a really deep. Oops, hold on. It's giving me the rest of Heart's playlist. I don't need that. Hold on. There we go. It's giving me the rest of Heart's discography. Or something like this. This is a really, really, really dark navy, like really dark. Red, green, and then orange, like an electric orange. Probably even more saturated that, but I can't even get that more saturated with this. Contrasted by dark blues and blacks. Yeah, something like that too. Yeah, I mean, either of these color schemes would work. It just depends on if you're going for like rock 80s or like synth 80s. Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, so if you're going for like a synthwave kind of 80s, or if you're going for like a hair metal, yeah, if you're going for like a hair metal kind of thing. And I recommend, I mean, you could look at things like not hair metal, but like Pink Floyd has a lot of this going on. Obviously they have a rainbow on Dark Side of the Moon, but it's like a black cover with like a rainbow. Kiss had a lot of that as well. Purples and oranges and stuff like that. Very graphic text elements as well. A lot of black. Honestly, Kiss has some covers that are very almost psychedelic as well. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, here's a good example. Here's a good example of your ladder color palette. Something like this. See this? I would, just look at band covers from this era, but you can see here, there's a trim of that bright green, there's yellow, orange, red, and there's like this dusty purple, and it's on a black background. I think if you're wanting like traditional metal, like 80s metal, a black background is almost necessary. Like almost imperative. It's like super common. It's like the thing, TM. The thing, TM. Oops. Oh, I don't need that. I need this color. Silly. There we go. We're just kind of getting some of this color. And I think I'm going to do some streaks that aren't in the lines, but the lines are a fun place to start. There we go. Cute. Cute. Yeah, I'm going to need more gold, I think. But some of the big areas, like the chunky areas, will be in the allotted sections. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me erase that. Let me actually use my own, make this a big gold chunk. Oh. And then I can make this smaller part a gold chunk as well. Keep these kind of bulky. There we go. And then this is a gold chunk. That's pretty cool. There we go. I mean, I could make this a gold chunk. Let's see. Clover does have some pretty substantial chunks, but the bangs are predominantly blue. So if I did put gold there, it would be a little bit more yellow, I think. Of course, of course. I think your color palettes both really read, so. I could also, hold on, I could do this as well. And have like a streak down the middle of it as well. That's fun. I like that. Something here as well. Just go here and... Oops. Yeah. Kind of give it a little bit more pizzazz. Kind of give it a little bit more substance here. I think that's nice. Same with this. Doesn't all have to be... Yeah, I think I like that better, having the bigger chunks. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Same up here. And then I'll add some more with just my my textured brush. VTuber carries themselves with moderately fertile swagger? What do you mean by that? You? Or me? Or Clover? You know what? If that's a compliment, I don't think I've ever received it before. There we go. All right.
Why are you gay?
Yes. Gay is incredibly low. I'm sorry. Not gay enough. We need more gay. Everyone, go to the boilers. We need to make more. Hold on.
Why are you gay?
No, it's gotten lower. No, it's gone down. I can't go down. I need that. I need this. What am I going to tell my wife? There we go. Yum, yum. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot so far. cute. I can't wait to render the hair out. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to break some of this up with some more streaks.
Why are you gay?
78%? Leave some for the rest of us. That's crazy. Gonna try to thicken some of these up a little bit. Oops, too chunky. That tracks. Save some for the rest of us. Shoo-wee. There we go. Yeah, dithering it out a little bit with some additional striping definitely helps. Definitely helps. Nice. Yes.
Hydrate or die straight, loser.
Thank you. I will. Thank you. Penny's so aggressive when she asks us to drink water, guys. Okay. Look at that. And then I think maybe a little bit right here. And then maybe a smidge right here. Love that. Nice. All right. We'll do a little bit more work getting that look a little bit more, some differentiation in values. Get the ears to stand out a bit more. Let me hydrate or dihydrate. Okay. Lovely. So now I'm going to go over top with an overlay layer, and we're going to use white. And it might be too bright. Yeah, but I can always make it a little bit softer. And then I'm going to do soften it out a little bit. Oh, the highlight's fun. Going to continue to feather it downward. And then I'm gonna, there we go. Maintaining as much of that texture as I can. Then I like to do a little bit of an edge, oops, like this. Shiny, so shiny. You know, this color, the blue and gold, make me think of like a bunch of books when I was like, you know, in middle school, like ancient Egypt, you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, you know what I mean? Shiny tail pops. Yes. Yes, I love doing like highlights. Really simple effect. Hi, Pocket Cat. How are you? We're going to do something like this instead over here. Kind of differentiate a smudge. I'm going to soften that out a little bit more. Yeah, look at how much of a pop. And then we'll put some shadow there too, so that, because I think if we didn't, and I don't tend to put a ton of shadow on stuff in this style that I'm using. However, I think a little of it's going to be necessary for us to really see certain details. So if I don't, it's going to be hard for us to see some of these bits apart. Pocketing some catnip. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you're enjoying that catnip responsibly. Gonna do a little bit of that down here. There we go. Okay, soften it out a little bit. There we go. And then the ears will be left without a lot of that really harsh highlight. I think that'll help them stand out from the rest of this. We're going to put some darker blues back there. Not super complicated shading. I don't want it to get like too complex. Really isn't meant to be super hyper rendered, but good old catnip. Nothing like it. Nothing better. Nothing like it. There's this TikToker. I think it's a woman like making TikToks like in earnest. But she has like a very nasally little voice and she's like, got some Doritos. Nothing like it. And it's just something about the way she says it's so sweet. And she's got like a bag of Doritos in her arms. Cool Ranch. Nothing like it. This artist is actually the closest that I've felt to getting to Tatsuro Yamashita, which he doesn't put his music on digital platforms, which is a shame because I would love to listen to him more often. Okay, look at that. Look at how shiny. All right, so I'm going to do a multiply layer on top. Actually, underneath. We're going to do multiply. We'll probably set it to 60%. And I'm going to do something like, how does this look on the blue? Doesn't look too bad on the blue. I'm not crazy about it, but I'm going to do some subtle. I don't want to do anything super nutty. Maybe even 25%. Okay, that might help. Let me lasso the ponytail. Back here, back here, back here. Okay. I'm going to choose like a soft brush so I can keep it really... Oh, and I don't need my 50% anymore, my 50% smoothing. Really pushing it, trying to push it back a little bit away from everything else. And let me see if we can... Okay. What if I put it over top? It's getting a little nasty, like a little muddy. Okay, let me see if I can't get a happy medium. Maybe I can make the color better. Warmer. Yeah, I think that's helpful. Okay, and then, yeah, I'll just leave this how it was. Okay. Yeah, you can see how much darker that looks now, but without being like overwhelming. Not trying to do anything crazy. There we go. Very subtle. I'm not trying to do anything crazy. There. Yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna highlight the ears. And we're gonna do last use symmetry. And I'm just gonna darken that up there. And then we'll do the little overlay. How about that? Just really subtle though. Nothing too crazy. I want the ears to stand out, but like not too much. There we go. Something like that. Something a little softer. The highlight's a little less crisp on the, and then I'll erase some of it. Still give it some dimension, but not make it like super, super crazy. Hi, how are you, Rick? How are ya? There we go. Yeah. Oh, cute! Cute! Wondering... Oh, the blue is so cute. So wait. Maybe... Oh, that's so pretty. I'm just seeing... This is light in color. That's normal. Looks exactly the same. Oh! That's great. Look at this. Oh, I love this. It's not as striking as the gold. Oh, that's a little too... I feel like, hold on. I feel like part of me is like, oh man, but these are the colors, so I don't want to go too crazy. But I'm wondering if I could do a, let me grab this. Let me make a layer above it. Wondering if I could add a little bit more variety by incorporating some of this orange. Oops, wrong layer. Hold on. There we go. Ah, no, I need this orange. There we go. getting a little bit more variety in this color. Wait a minute. I have my symmetry on. Okay. Okay, so trying to get a little bit more. I think the blue doesn't need too much more, but I think the yellow could be a little bit more fun if we just have a little bit of this in there. Ooh. Just in like some of the shadowed parts, give it a little bit more life than just the gold. You know what I mean? Wow. Okay, wait. If you guys aren't okay, so before, after. Yeah, just having something else. It's really subtle, but it makes a difference. I like it. Good choice. Good choice. There was something about it. It felt a little bit too simple. But that yellow has a bit more of a richness in it now rather than feeling flat. Because the blue, I think, had enough richness with the shadow and the light. But the yellow, the gold color, felt like it needed a little bit of something, just needed a little bit of something to make it feel a little bit warmer and not so washy. You know what I mean? And now with that orange, it feels more lively. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, if you ever have any, like, where you're like, there's something I kind of want to see in this, like, I need a little bit more, try adding some analogous colors into it. Analogous meaning that they're next to each other on the color wheel. So, for example, and also you can change the temperature of stuff. So if you have a blue, instead of going with like a deeper navy for some of your shadows, maybe you add some purple. You know what I mean? The purple gives it a little bit more vibrance, a little bit more oomph. If you have an orange, maybe you're putting red in the shadows of that orange. Maybe for for red, you're making your highlights kind of yellowy, and it just changes things. If you've been feeling like stuff's kind of falling flat, then try incorporating different temperatures. I love funny colors. I do visual art again sometimes. Yes, absolutely. Here's an example. So here is a red, and I'm just going to use the same. Here's a shade of the red, and then here is a tint of the red. So we have that, and I'm going to take the same red, and I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to take that same base, but instead of just making it, I'm going to add like a purpley color into making sure that it's still warm. It needs a little warmer and a little, there you go, a little warmer and a little lighter. Little warmer, little lighter. Still trying to, there we go. And then for the highlight, I'm going to make it a little yellowy, a little orange. Maybe a little bit lighter than that. See how much more interest that has? And of course it looks kind of simple. So let me get a better example. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to copy paste. There we go. All right. So now we have two equal orbs. All right. So let me show you the same example, but let me do it a little nicer, huh? So you have something like this. And again, there's nothing wrong with some of this. But adding a little bit more oomph into it. Okay, so now we have this, and I'm going to take my lighter color, and I'm just going to, that's my pink. There. So that's with just the same shade of red. I just used tints and shades. And then I'm going to do the same on this other orb. I'm going to use that warm purpley color in my shadow instead, like a magenta. So I'm going to use that instead. Maybe a little bit warmer, a smidge darker. Yeah. And I'm going to do the same thing I did before. And then I'm going to take like a yellowy color. Look at how much more interesting that is. Getting a metal vibe from one with different hues. Yeah. So like it definitely changes the material. Of course, your highlight doesn't always have to be warm either. So if I did the same thing, hold on. Let me take this and I'll just merge it together. If I took the same thing here, Took the same thing, but instead I made a cooler highlight. So let me do like a pink or something. Maybe even like a little bit more of like a pale like purple kind of vibe. Look at that. You're just adding interest, right? You're making it look nicer. You're doing some really fun stuff to it. So like having this little bit of like a magenta instead of just a darker red just gives it a little bit more interest, you know? You could even slap a little bit of this in there. Hold on, watch this. You could even just do a little bit of this. A little bit of this like blue color even. Ain't that neat? And then you could slap it like over here too. Hold on. You'd slap it under here too. Kind of make it look like there's another light going on here. I don't know. You don't have to just use the same color. If something feels like it's a little flat to you and you've been doing stuff like this, not a problem. Just slap a little bit of a different temperature, maybe a little bit of a color in it, and try different things because it's fun. It's fun. Bam, enough of that. It's a good time. She's a good time. Honestly, just try stuff. If you like it and it looks nice to you, then hell yeah, you've just tried something a little different. You're like, yeah, okay. I think I'll do the horns next. Gotta go have fun hanging out. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm gonna do this lighter color and then we'll do the dark on top of it. Well, they'll be different. They'll be two different things. We'll do symmetry. And I'll do this under the hair so I can do all of it in symmetry. Yeah. Heck yeah, brother. There we go. I think actually I'll do the same thing that I did with the hair. I'll have the two different values on the same layer and I'll just do overlay on top. Hi, Stain, how are you? Are the tips are a light color. Whoops. Dream me love. Okay. Yeah, the horns, I'm going to try to get them to look a little bit different from the hair. I think coloring lines will also help us with that. We'll do overlay again. We'll do a light color. And let me get my brush. We're just going to kind of like that. I'm going to keep it a little bit less soft than the hair. The hair has a lot of feathering. I think I'm just going to keep it kind of hard edged. There we go. Like almost like a metallic kind of look. Yeah. I'm at a football game, but I've come to tell you you're very cool. Oh, enjoy your football. Enjoy your sports. Sport game. I forgot to do anything to the eyebrows. Silly of me to have forgotten. Okay, so let me get my, hold on. This color, I know this color looks kind of crazy, but that's what my multiply color is. Let's undo the symmetry. I'm going to do a little bit of the eyebrow here. Okay. We'll fade some of that out. Doesn't need to be so extreme. Actually, I do want this to have the same amount of shadow. There we go. There we go. And then with the overlay, we'll put a little bit of a highlight on it. Yeah. My revolution. Okay. Eyebrows achieved. Horns also achieved. I wonder if having the contrast be a little less extreme, but I don't want to take away from the design, so I might not change it too much. I think I'll keep it. Name my layers. And then the clothes. We'll have all the clothes next, which will include the scrunchy. All right, let's do some base. Let's get some colors in there. Oh, let me get rid of my. La 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 la. Yeah. Another thing, so Clover has done something interesting where instead of using white, anywhere that has white, Clover has used actually what is just a really pale, like bluey purple color, which is fun. There's very few areas that actually have any white. Actually, no areas have any white. It's the eyes have a bit, but really everything's like this pale, grayish, purpley blue, which is nice, which is fun. That's another way to get some interest in your color scheme as well. Revolution. There we go. I like to start with lighter colors first. Hi, Jeannie, how are you? I like to start with the light colors first. I don't always do it like intentionally, so can't tell you if I do that often, but I do like to start with like lighter stuff and then I work my way to darker. I think that's just a subconscious from my painting days. I'm good, hell yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Welcome in. Okay, so we have the pale, and I'm gonna use this slightly darker color to give us a little bit of shady shade. We're gonna do our last use symmetry. Gonna keep it pretty broad. I'm not trying to do anything revolutionary with this. Oh, whoops. Just a little bit of a shady shade to give it a little bit of pizzazz. Bring down a shadow from the lapel here. Same thing here with the epaulets. I'm going to try to make them actually look a little bit shiny as well. So we're going to not going crazy, not trying to do anything wild, but I am just trying to get a little bit of flavor in there. Flavor town, as it were. I'm actually going to do a little bit of a shadow under the finger here. There we go. Fun. Okay, simple. And I'm going to take... I should do another layer. Yeah, I'll do another layer. We'll do overlay. And I'll probably knock it down to like 80%. Let me see. Yeah. Last use symmetry. We'll do the same thing here. Clover does have a bust, so we're going to make the shirt kind of feel like it's going to just kind of make it almost feel like a... Well, you know what? Actually, I think I should leave it a little bit less high contrast because I probably want the lapels to look shiny, not the shirt. So instead, I'm just going to sort of feather a little bit here. Nothing wild. Just like a gradient from top to bottom because I don't want the shirt to be like shiny. Just a little bit of a gradient. So here's before, after. It's really not anything astronomical. I'm not trying to, but on the glove and the epaulets, maybe that's where the shine is a bit more intense. Yeah. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, we'll only do, whoops, maybe on these outer two. Nice. Yeah, a little bit of pizzazz on those. Oops. Okay, and then on the glove here, I'm going to do a little bit on the knuckle. But other than that, that's good, I think. Maybe we're going to go back to our symmetry. We're going to just erase a little bit of the in-between here. And a little bit here as well. There we go. Cool. And then we'll do the lapels next. Label my layers. The lapels are this blue color here. Like a deep, deep navy. Really dark. In fact, not too different from the line art. You can still tell them apart, but not very different from the line art. Oh, no, not a security scan. I promise. I don't need that. I don't need that. No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I don't know. No. Oh, shucks. Now, what you gotta go and do that for?
Scan complete. Fart redeem backup logs at critical capacity. Flushing the system.
Not the fart redeem backup logs. Talk about backed up, huh? You're nasty. You guys are nasty. You guys are sick. You're sick. All right, I'm just gonna draw this without symmetry, and then I'll shade it with symmetry. Ah! No, my eyes. Oh God. Now that log's clear. Not the log. Not a log. Ooh, you're sick. You're sick and twisted. You're sick and twisted. Sick and twisted, I tell you. Holy moly. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That is crazy that you did that to us just now. That's crazy. Oh my God. It's so quiet today on Saturday, guys. On this, the Lord's Day. I know that's Sunday. It's a sleepy, quiet time. No wonder you shat your pants. No wonder you tooted all over the place. Oh, crazy. All right, we're going to do 50% overlay. Yeah, we're going to make it look nice and shiny. Shine bright like a diamond. Last use symmetry. I'm going to do like this. Like that. Ooh. Sheesh. I'm going to do a little bit of this up here. Just to kind of keep it away from the, like, getting too dark right there. Nice. Okay. And then we're going to do our crispy edge, because that'll really kind of sell this brightness here. Look at that. Ooh-wee. Like that. That's fun. Maybe, okay, hold on. Okay. That's kind of fun. I think we could probably stand to soften that texture a little bit. Same with here. Could probably stand to soften the texture. Just falling in love with you. Okay. That's nice. It's kind of shiny, kind of pretty. What do we have for the shoulder pads? Bright gold, which I think this is like a metallic gold, so I'll treat it like a metallic. And then the shoulder pads have like a red on them. So we're not really seeing much of like the coat underneath, which is fair. I could always show a little bit, but the epaulets kind of like cover that. But I'm missing a little bit of that orange. So I'm wondering if I should grab some of the bust down here so that we have some of that orange. Let me look at the design again. Yeah, it comes together as a little coat in the front. I think I'm missing it, so let me add it in real quick. Okay, and it's gonna be really quick, like just down here. I do like the shape better. I really like the shape we have. That's why it's like, ah. But if I can incorporate into that shape and just kind of add a little bit of our jacket, I think we can I think it'd be interesting. I'm just missing some of that. Hextune, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. I think we'll still retain that nice shape that we have, but we have a little bit more of the coat, and I think that's a good compromise. So let me color that. Let me make sure that my layers are named. Okay, so Clover has on one side orange, left is orange, right is yellow. Okay, orange, yellow. Orange is on the left, so we're gonna do that right here. I'm just falling in love. It's just a little bit of this color, but without it, it would be too much bluish down here. I think I was just missing some of that missing some of the warm color. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit, just a smidgen. And we're gonna have some on the shoulder pad, but I just, I just wanted to, I just need a little bit extra, a little oomph, a little oomph. Okay. Yeah, so that's the coat. I think I'll also grab the red for the epaulets, and I will pop that here. Lovely. Wonderful. And we'll also do the bow tie on this layer. We'll do the bow tie on this layer. Bow tie is this turquoise. The face is like a creamy yellow with some cheeks and things. Yeah, cute. Okay. Easy peasy. You do all that on this layer. I really like this color palette. It's like a warm palette, and then it has, but it's very orange blue centered, which I mean, I'm biased. I'm a little biased. Is the other side of the glove, what color is that? The other side of the glove is actually the same color as our lapel. So I'm inclined to treat that glove the same way we treated the lapel. Okay, hold on. You can see here we have some of that shine left over. Yeah, look at that. Oops. Okay, and now I'm gonna go to the shine, the highlight layer, and I'm gonna cut that, and I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna render the hand. Nice. Do a little bit of like a soft, like a soft kind of gradient first, and then I'm going to treat the knuckles like I did with this one, where it's very bright at like the second knuckle, and I'm going to feather that out a little bit, and then maybe here is a little bit brighter. Do I like that? Could be a little distracting, but let me see if we'll do a little bit of like an under shade, and then I'm going to go around the edges. Get this shiny, almost satin. Could be velvet as well. Really helps us see where the fingers are. There we go. And I think I might soften that a little. Yeah, I like that. Nothing, we don't need any more. I think that's pretty good. I actually didn't grab that creamy yellow when I made my swatch. Let me grab that. Let me grab that color. And I'll put it in the swatch layer. Okay, put that here. Nice. Okay. That goes here. Yeah, Clover has really avoided using white anywhere, which is nice. Really kind of like adds a little bit of something. A little something something. Okay. The hat has turquoise and then it's yellow. It's hard to tell if that's I think that's a stripe. Hard to tell if that was meant to be like a highlight or a stripe, but I think it's a stripe since nothing else has any highlighting. Like Clover hasn't brought attention to anything with like line work like that. So I think that's just it is a stripe. So I will treat that the same way. Let me actually make that a line so I know that it's going to be a stripe instead. So I know it's going to be a stripe. We're going to do that. In fact, maybe I kind of hint that there are more stripes. There we go. Then it looks a little bit more intentional. It's a little less confusing. Wonderful. All right. Then for the clown, the nose, I will color. It has these orangey yellow cheeks on it. And then the eyes, it's hard to tell. Oh, looks like the bow tie has some like little bits of like blue dotting on it. Maybe it's meant to be like sparkle. I could always get like a bit of a sparkle kind of vibe. I could do that. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, so these eyes here. So the eyes are drawn a couple different ways. The pupils here are white, the pupils here are dark, and they have like a clover shape. And then the eyes here have a normal pupil. Since this is the breakout of the eyes, I think I will change the pupils to match this clover design. Seems like that's a bit more intentional. And then I wanted to do the hypno eyes as the second eye. As much as I like these white pupils, well, that does match the reference here of like this really excited, like, you know? But if this is meant to be the design, let me just draw on top and see if let me draw a layer on top. See how that goes. I'll just do this. I do really like the light pupils, but that's because that's the only thing I've drawn so far of them, so. Whoa, wait, hold on. Okay. Let me go back over here, make sure it looks kind of even. That is cute. I do like that. So I think we'll keep that. I might not make them so large, so let me go back in and erase a little bit. But we do have the originals underneath, so if Clover needs that fixed, we can fix that for them. Just trying to make this a little bit less chunky. Trying to make this look even. Cute. Still very cute. I think what I might do is I'm going to add a little bit of definition to these pupils so it's not just a solid dark color. And I think that'll really help with how dark it feels. Yeah. Feels pretty dark. So let me... That's better. Before, after, just a little bit. Nothing too wild. I don't want to do anything too crazy. There we go. That's still really cute. Okay. Well, so here's the before, after. Just do pupils. So I can turn it off. I can return it to the original, but we got that. And then the cuff here. The cuff goes from the navy to the turquoise to the blue and has a gold cuff link. Okay. All or nothing. Okay, so then I should probably do the same treatment here. Okay, we're gonna take this dark color. We're gonna add that down here. Just paying attention to where the details are and that I'm being consistent. It's one of the things if you're trying to use different materials in your, like rendering things to look like different materials, making sure that things that are the same color or a similar color are rendered in a similar way, and it kind of makes it feel like they are made of the same material. Hi, Ethel, how are you? We're just gonna treat this the same. All or nothing. All right. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. And then anything that's this bright yellow will be like treated like metallic gold. So I'm gonna, because everything that they have drawn in this bright yellow is where a metal would be present. The cufflinks, this like detail on the glove, the epaulets here, these earrings. So I will just treat them like metal. The ear tag being the same gold as well, we'll treat that like metal. Doing good. Hi. I'm happy to hear that. Well, welcome in. We're doing the coloring. I'm talking about my process. You know how it is. Yeah. I think that's where the only place where the gold shows up. So I'm going to group and I'll call this the, gold. And then we'll continue filling in colors. We have this blue and then this turquoise. The blue is here. This is going to be like a fabric. And then the turquoise is like in the middle. Go off, pop off, yeah. I've just been having a really good time. Oh, you know what? If the bow is gonna be glitter, like a glitter, then anywhere that's this turquoise should also be glitter. That's fun. Oh, hooray. Oh, all right, let me get my little blankie on my leggies. And then when we color the line art, guys, coloring the line art, you know what it is? It's best part. It's best part. Okay, my blankie in my lap, got my hat on backwards, and I'm ready to freak a body. I do love that the nose is painted to look like a clown nose. I made it really shiny like one too. I hope you've been doing well, Ethel. Okay, I have this scrunchie as well. And the scrunchie matches the eyes. But I'll use the same glitter. I'll do the same like glitter treatment. I think for ease of use, any of this turquoise color, I'm gonna actually completely separate it so I can treat it like glitter. So let me do glitter. There we go. Everything else is its own. So I'm gonna grab this color and I'm gonna color in that. Also up here. I forgot the hat. Oh, I know the hat has some gold on it. The ticket is made of gold, right? The ticket's gold. Yeah, that's the only place where that color shows back up. So we're gonna go to the gold. I'm gonna highlight that. All right, and then we have that turquoise on the hat, don't we? Don't they? The ribbon, the band. Okay. So go to the glitter. Make this little band. Perfect. All right, everything else will just be on the clothing layer with the other stuff. There we go. There we go. The band was white and the warmer yellow, like the mustard yellow. Midnight, cruising. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. And we also have the mask. Can't forget the mask. The oops. The hat has these like this color orange for the feathers. Okay. So much packed into little space. Yeah, I think the glitter on these will make it stand out a lot. Yeah, you jamming. Oh, you know what? One of the things that I want to do before the new year, or not before the new year, before my 3rd year anniversary is to get those new emotes made. All right, so the scrunchie has like this clover shape and this orangey brown like border. Okay. There we go. Okay. Also the nose on the bow tie will be colored like it's supposed to. We'll color the line art at the end. All right, now let's make that glitter look like glitter. I'm gonna use this color to like do a little, and this brush being textured is actually pretty handy because it's gonna make it look a little bit more like glitter. I'm gonna intentionally make it look more like glitter. Same here and here. So I'm gonna go with white and I'm gonna like speckle it. Speckle it a little bit. Making it, because everything has this texture already, so trying to make it look a little bit more like it's like a glitter material is going to be a little bit different. Might intentionally put some like spotting on it. The inside having this like bluish. Yeah, so now I'm going to take a little bit of this white, and this is one of the only places we're showing any white is here. Really trying to make it look like it's got almost like a sequined kind of feel. Same here. Same here. Just treating it all like this. And I'm going to take the original turquoise color and I'm going to start making some dots with that. Really just kind of making it look like a sequined pattern here. That's cute. Yeah, I like that. Gonna grab some of that like mid-tone. Really just hammer home that this is a totally different material, a totally different texture. There we go. I like that. I think that looks great. I think that's spiffy. I think that's neat. What a spiffy little moment there. And of course, we have a few areas of like the clothing. Yeah. Let me just do overlay again. I'll do overlay at 50%. I'll just use white and I will do the same, just kind of treat everything. There we go. Like maybe a little bit less. Not super shiny. Look at great, thank you. I have the gold after this. We're just gonna do a little vague highlight there on the red, on the hat as well here. Like this. On the brim. Do that for the... There we go. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, and now for the gold. We'll just do clothes. You like the jams? All right, we're gonna use white again for any of this gold. Any of these places that are meant to be like metallic almost. Just treat them a little bit differently than everything else. Yeah, we love City Pop at this house. Yeah, treat this like a metallic gold and only do this amount of contrast with things that have the same color. Gonna go around the numbers and give them a little bit of a... Yeah, just kind of vibing today. We got some grubs. Grubs in the chat. I love the grubs. Okay, this is the last thing that has like a metallic kind of vibe to it. This up here. Okay, and then I'm going to go in with this orangey color and hit some of it. Just hit a little bit of it, like the areas with some shadow. A little bit of that, a little bit of that. There we go. There we go. Nice. All right. Now it's time to color the lines. Aw, thanks for the fish. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet of you. What the heck? See, the grubs are carrying on the Dream Grove Garden quality guarantee. You know what I mean? Yeah, see? Exactly. You guys are carrying on the legacy. The garden guarantee. We're saying, Mandi, what's the garden guarantee? It's that you're going to be silly and full of joy. So, we don't have enough cigarette butt emotes. That's that. You guys smoking? Beating my little guy. Beating a little guy now. One of these days, guys, I will have the courage to ask Bug to do some sort of collab. I would love to ask Bug for my artist interview series, but the courage / the audacity, you know what I mean? The courage because the thing is that I never want to like I don't want to bother anybody, you know what I mean? But we're mutuals, and I feel like the doorway has opened, you know what I mean? But also, I don't want to bother anybody. I don't want to bug anybody. I don't want to, you know what I mean? I'm going to start coloring the lines. I don't want to bug anybody. I don't, no pun intended. Oops. Freak, I lost the, I hate when I do that. It would be I think it'd be really fun. Also just, getting to know another artist, somebody that's still working. I used to work in the animation field, and so having somebody that still works in the animation field, like talking to them, would be really cool. I wanted to do like an animator panel for a little bit. So maybe someday. Because Gob is also an animator, and somebody also that I've wanted to do a collab with. We almost did a collab last Halloween, but we couldn't get the technical stuff to work. Not to overstep, but she's helping do a charity in December that I think is looking for people, maybe? That's cool to know. But I don't wanna reach out, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because I'm scared, okay? It's because I'm scared. But also, if I wasn't on her mind to invite, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to overstep, you know what I mean? I don't want to That's the thing. It's like I would love to hang out with people, but also I don't want to assume that just because we're mutuals and we cross paths every once in a while that I'm like, well, hey, can I invite myself into your stuff? And I feel like also too, like I feel people would know that that's not what I'm trying to do. But it's anxiety in it. It's the anxiety in it. I'm just a little baby. I'm just a little baby and I don't have any money. You know what I mean? It's a quote from something. 256. But maybe someday I'll get that courage. If it's something where it's like, hey, I'm interviewing artists and I would really like your opinion on something. I think that's a little bit, big understand. Yeah. I think one of the things is that it's like, especially when it's not something that I've ever, like, we haven't really interacted too much. We have interacted like and spoken in like spaces like Blue Sky, you know what I mean? Every once in a while when I get the courage to do a little raid, you know what I mean? So the thing is that it's like, but that's different. And I feel like, but you have to like break a seal eventually. But I feel like I was like, oh, I would much rather wait. You know what I mean? I would much rather wait just in case, but then it might never happen if you don't have that, if you don't take the step to reach out first. So maybe someday, maybe when the time is right, The vibes are good. But for now, I'm just so scared. I'm just so scared. Look how cute. Oh, yeah, coloring the lines really starts bringing it together. TM. All right, I'm going to grab this blue here. I'm going to grab like a deeper blue, and I'm just going to push that line art back a little so that it's the details still there, but it's not so overbearing. You know what I mean? Now we can really focus on the eyelashes. Yeah. Yeah. All right, down here, I'm gonna do like this pinky mauve color. Gonna just shoop. Yeah. Maybe actually a smidge lighter. I think so. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. Listen, fellas, I think that looks good. I think that looks good, fellas. All right. I don't know what that voice is that I'm doing, like this bodega owner. Hey there, everybody. Welcome to the bodega. The Mandi Quin bodega Quin. Illustrator, animator, bodega run owner. You know what I mean? Bodega enthusiast. 256. I like this. It needs to be a smidge darker. But yeah, there's a lot of people that this upcoming year I would really like to like reach out to. I heard, and you're authentic for, you know, letting that what happens happens. I hear that it's sustainable too. Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about the accent. I was like, oh yeah, you get it. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's in theory you're like, oh yeah, I feel like I'd get along swimmingly with this person, but also the lion, the witch, the audacity of this bitch being myself, being like, oh shoot, like how is it too parasocial to be like, oh yeah, this person and I are mutuals on multiple platforms and have talked casually in multiple instances, but then it's like, this is me just being assuming and like overstepping, and like the you know, the fear that it's like, I am inviting myself into this space and it actually was not something that this person was comfortable with. And that's the last thing I'd want to do. You know what I mean? That the last thing I would want to do is just be like, hey there, just going to invite myself into these situations. Whereas, you know, obviously y'all know that that's not the case, but you know, in the instance of like, hey, I'm interviewing artists, right? I'm doing something that's not just exclusive to your participation. It's something that spans a larger range of people. You happen to be in that group. If that's something you're interested in, would you like to come to my space? But of course, there's no pressure to respond. There's no pressure to do so. And it's something that like feels a little bit more, I don't know, feels a bit nicer. Like, I don't know. It's a little bit less like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's such a weird minefield to navigate. Apparently there are nursery rhyme videos that are Pokemon themed. Now my child has learned a bunch of their names. That's so sweet. Like you said though, almost did last year, probably will again. So positive, holding positive regard. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's almost Thanksgiving, that's true. It is almost Thanksgiving. But I'm thankful for you guys every day of the year. Bow, 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 bow. Sorry, I was a little cheesy. Yeah, me and Gob, this is Gob. Me and Gob were going to be doing something last Halloween. But I would love to reach out to him again. I think that'd be really fun. Gob's got such a fun vibe. I think we would get along swimmingly, wouldn't it? Except Charizard, the dragon dinosaur. Charizard's not even a dragon. Or I guess some of the mega evolutions are dragons, right? I don't know what I'm talking about, but... But yeah, maybe someday the Grubs and the Chatter guys will hold hands. But we're not counting on it. We're not expecting it. That's the thing we were like, I'm overcorrecting. I'm like, oh, wait, no. Wait. That's it. I think that's the thing is where like a lot of like network opportunity, like networking TM, I think people genuinely are like, I would just really like to hang out with this person, but is that parasocial? I don't want to overstep my boundaries. And then it's like, okay, is this something that I would be doing if like, does it come across as me trying to like network, like literally like that's such a corporate idea, right? When you're really, it's like, I just like to get to know people and they're in the same space and they do stuff that I enjoy. But it's like, I think if you, I think if you do question this, like question your motivations, question why you want to ask somebody these questions or why you want to do something with them. If you're already taking the step of questioning it, it probably means that your intentions are pretty solid. But like, you never know. You never know. The hair stripes are super cute. I really like them a lot. Adding the orange in here really helped make it look a little less static. I think if your intention is if you hold on to your intention as aesthetic or authentic, you'll be received that way. I feel that way too. There's I have a whole, actually, if you guys want to see, I have a whole list of people that I want to do art interviews with. A lot of them have been my mutuals for a while. Let me actually, I don't want to spoil too much of it though, because I want it to be a secret. I already have my first one lined up, but I've been so super busy. I need to make a new PNG model. I need to make some little set piece things. Let me go to my found it. Okay. I have, let me just count how many people on my list, okay? And a lot of them I'm pretty close to already, so obviously people that I feel like I could reach out to would be like, hey, yeah? And they're like, oh, absolutely. Like, I have a ton. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. 24 people on the list. Making the list, checking it twice. I'm Santa? No! I'm not Santa. Okay, maybe a little bit. I'm a mall Santa. Also, is my tracking whack? Me trying to use my monitor as a touchscreen. Yeah, my tracking is whack. Hold on. My neck's over to the side. Fixed it. My God. Snap my neck to the side. I am Santa! I know him! I watched Elf all the time. We watched Elf, actually, this past holiday season, we watched Elf together in the Discord. We gotta do more of that. Hi, Maul the Goth, how are you? Hoy, nerds! You mean me? Hi, how are you? Hey, how are you? I'm normal. Yeah, this is cute. I really like how shiny everything looks. Okay, sorry, I was fixing my headphones. Flipping my hair. I need a haircut, y'all. I'm existing? Hey. That's all we could hope for. That's the best we could do. Well, I'm happy that you're existing here with us. I'm just gonna do maybe this, maybe? Yeah, I like that. Maybe we're gonna do a little bit of this, right? Maybe make it a little bit look a little bit nice. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Something like this too. Ooh, yep. Ah, oops. I made it a little too large. Kind of like hit the tops here with a little bit of that. Bam. Kind of make it feel a little bit more like it's its own thing. Yes?
Mandi, remember to save your work.
I am saving, thank you. Aw, thanks. Thank you. Color that in. Color this in. Oops. You know what? I can't forget the mask.
Here's your mall fact. Ethel_Mercury.
Mm-hmm.
The owner of the Wizard's Den Hoppy Shop, Ron Twinkletoes Bunkley, has often been spotted mumbling curses and spells into the receipts of problematic customers before handing them over. Most of those customers returned ice they purchased because they would only roll low numbers.
That's crazy. Yeah, always gotta remember. I save like instinctually. Are the buttons colored? Yes, they are. Ooh, I almost forgot the buttons have got. Oh, hold on, I gotta fix that. I almost forgot. Bass, yeah, valid crash out. To be honest, listen, Ron Twinkletoes Bunkley knows what he's about, and if you scorn him in his own shop, in his own sanctuary, he's gonna tell you to go get good. Oh, no, not a security scan.
Initiating
I already
security
told you that I'm
scan.
Santa. What more do you need? No, I already said that I'm Santa. Ow! Oh, like,
Scan complete. Suspicious folder found. Sonic fanfic not
No!
read.
Leave that one alone, Penny! You have like 20 things you could be doing! And she always chooses violence. She always chooses violence. She looks at my fanfiction. Get out of there, Penny! Get out of there! God damn! She's all up in my shit all the time. She's up in there all the time. Get out of there! I don't know why she goes for that one all the time. There's so many other things. There's so many other things she could be doing. And yet she's in my shit. She's in my business. Get out of there, Penny. There we go. She doesn't ever look at your fan fiction, guys. Why is she looking at mine? Okay. Go up here. Yeah. Oops. All right. Coloring the line art is one of my favorite parts simply because it just really brings detail to the forefront it just makes things a less overwhelming to look at. Like this. These lines, you still see them, but they're colored, so they're pushed away, and then you get I don't know, it just makes it a little easier for you to see what's happening. You know what I mean? Cute. I don't write fan fiction about the Dead by Daylight killers. Nope, not me. Oh. Uh-oh. Someone outed themselves. Pew, 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 pew. Just kidding. What are your favorite pairs if you were to ever write it? Because you don't. What's your favorite pairs? I actually don't have any idea anything about Dead by Daylight other than that they have like guest star, like, characters from other series come into it. So I think that's kind of fun. Yeah, I really love the hook of your story. I know enough. A story worth getting hooked on. Yeah. We're gonna lighten these up too. I've never played Dead by Daylight. I have several friends that play it actually and really enjoy it. I've just never played it. I feel like it's one of those games like I mentioned earlier, League of Legends. Like I feel like it's only I would ever play it if I had good folks to play it with. And I do have a couple people. Hi dear, how are you? Okay. Oh, I didn't do any rendering on the shirt down here. Ghost main face all day. Paired with who? The reader? Oh, hold on. Ow. La 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 la. Na 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 na. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, a little bit of that. Perfect. Very good Ghostface. Ghostface is iconic. Iconic. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go here. We're gonna grab our little. We're gonna do a little bit of that. And a little bit of that. Deer feels physically icky again, but Deer persists nonetheless. Well, thank you for persisting. It's tough sometimes to persist. But thank you for doing so, because you're here with us. Oh! Hi, Orion Starbeard, how are you? What a badass name. Oh my god. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? Let me turn off my, let me turn that off. See what we're working on. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi, Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. How are you? The Star Sentinels have arrived. Welcome, everybody. Ooh, while you're here, let me stretch my wrist out. Nice. Oh, welcome, everybody. How are you? What were you doing today, Orion? Oh, we're stretching. Holy moly. Oh. Welcome, Raiders. If you guys don't know me but you'd like to, please consider following me on all my junk. But welcome it, everybody. You don't got to worry about that. Also, I appreciate you coming in. I hope you had a fabulous stream today. I'm working on a commission of Clover Calliope, who is a really cool VTuber clown cow. A really sweet person as well. I was listening to music and editing my book. You're working on a book? What's can you tell us what the book is about? That's so much fun. Oh, what a fun vibe stream. That sounds like great. That sounds like great. That sounds great. That sounds like fun. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't even think to that I'm not writing a book, but like I wouldn't even have thought to like do a stream like that. That's so much fun. You're just chilling and vibing. I hope you guys had a good time. That sounds great. What the hecky? Oh my gosh, I'm coloring the line art. I'm actually finishing up this piece, but I would be able to work on, actually, I might do some sketches for another commission while we're here. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. If you need to raid and run, by the way, and take care of yourself, please, please do. But feel free to vibe and hang out with us while you're taking care of yourself. We're finishing this up. We're doing some fun stuff. I actually have the mask left to color, so I actually lied about being done. Lied to you just now. I'm so sorry. Absolutely. It is called Star Sentinel. It's a game lit RPG about a VTuber who gets trapped in a sci-fi game and has to survive on a mysterious desert planet. That's awesome. Like taking kind of like your VTuber lore, but making it an actual full-fledged book. That sounds awesome. That sounds like such a wonderful idea, and I haven't heard of that before. I've seen comics, but never like a full book. I love that idea. Oh, that sounds great. Oh my gosh. If you'd like to share your socials or anywhere that you do updates about your book, that you'd want people to, follow along and see your progress, feel free to share a link. I would love to see it. We'd love to see it. And welcome in, everybody. Let me do a little bit of, no, I'll leave it dark. I'll leave it dark like that. I think I wanted to do a little bit on the eyelashes. Methinks to make them stand out a little bit. So maybe like this color actually. Let me see. A little brighter maybe. A little bright. Shine bright like a diamond. I've mentioned that song multiple times today. I'm so sorry. I think as soon as I said brighter, I don't know, it's baked into me. There we go. We're gonna then I gotta lighten up the this big curly Q here. Hold on. See if I can't limit it to just where I need it to be. There we go. And then like that. Just kind of bring a little bit more attention to it. Yeah, okay. And then I'm gonna do the same with like the bottom here. Whoops. Sure, I'm Orion Starbeard on Blue Sky, where I post art and updates on the series. Thank you! Heck yeah! Thank you. I'm excited to see more. I'm excited to hear more. And thank you for vibing and coming in. Welcome in. Feel free to hang out, but also feel free to take care of yourself. Thank you! There's my ponytail. First 2 books are available to read on Royal Read. Hell yeah, thank you so much! What the hecky? Here, let me pin that if you guys are curious. Let me pin that for a little second. I cast ponytail. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for lurking. Yeah, guys, check out the books. That sounds like so much fun. What the heck? Oh my gosh. And thank you. Thank you. I'm just a little guy making stuff. I've been having really good time with doing commissions. Doing commissions. I've been having a good time with these. Okay, so the mask is a variant. I also wanted to do a color variant with the eyes. I almost forgot. Here's the mask. We're going to turn our colors back on. And for the mask, the sketch is really soft here. But let me actually just move it. Actually, hold on. Let me just make a copy and move it out of the way so I can have a better reference for the color. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Turn this off. There we go. All right, we're gonna turn Clover off real quick. Thank you so much for letting me promote it. It's very kind. I actually started VTubing as Orion after the book's first drafts because I fell in love with the character. That's actually such a fun twist. Oh my gosh. I thought it was the opposite. I love that idea. That's so sweet. Oh my gosh. I think what a fun way to embody the character. I mean, like, wow, I actually really identify with this character that I've written, and they make me feel like I could explore this more. And so becoming a VTuber to match the person, the character you're writing, that's actually reminds me of how I've been really wanting to learn live 2D, and I'm super close. Although I could do a PNG character of it, you know, pretty easy. But I have wanted to make a D&D VTube model. So specifically about like one of my D&D characters, so that when I play as the character, I can like move around and like voice act the puppet, which I think is really fun. I think that's a really cool. So you're doing something similar where you're writing a character that existed in another format, and you've made them into a VTuber, but they are a VTuber, which is also kind of silly. What a silly turn of events. I love that idea, though. I think that's great. That's stellar. No pun intended, of course. That makes me smile. People are so creative. What the frick? So fun. A lot of my old D&D characters became side characters. We love D&D. We love Dungeons and Dragons in it. We're going to do this cheek up here. Yeah. There we go. Same with, hold on. All right, I'm going to merge that. New, and then I'm going to do this red. It's like it's the rusty color. Okay, and I'm going to take my thing, and I'm going to do 50%. There we go. And we're going to do a big old spiral. Do the same thing over here. It starts here. Wait. Yeah, that's right. There we go. And then there's spirals on the eyebrow area here. Hi, Roxy. How are ya? Let me see if I can't darken that a little bit. There we go. Yeah, spiral it the other way. Spiral it the other way. My brain's like, which direction? Yeah, that's right. It's just I started too early. Okay, I got this. There we go. Okay, I was like, doing good. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm having a good time with this commission. I know it just looks like I'm doing this, but I promise I'm doing something a little bit more. Here, the rest of it. Bro, there's more under there. Hold on, I'm almost done. I just want to get the base of this. Actually, hold on. Let me merge this together so I don't... And then we'll do a cheeky clippy mask here. There we go. Hold on. I'll show it in a second. I know the ads are coming too, so hold on. Ah! What's this? What is that? What have you done? Uh-oh. Ah! Oh, the Dead by Daylight. Okay. What's funny is I said uh-oh, and then I listened to the first bit of the clip and it said uh-oh. Am I that predictable? I think so. My gosh. Me says uh-oh, then sees the clip of me starting with uh-oh. Very silly, very demure, and or very mindful. All right, we're going to do the same cheeky little... We're going to kind of match it up to the... There we go. Then I'm going to do the same thing I've been doing. Since there are so many colors, I'm just using overlay set to white to shade things, to add highlights to stuff. Okay. All right, so that's the mask. We'll get rid of this. Oops! Ah! No! Whoopsie doodles. Bam! All right, that's what we have underneath. For those of you that are curious, Clover in the commission requested a variant. So for these busts, I offer variations. So if you need new hairstyles, or if you want like something like a mask, you know, it's just a fun way to change it up and to get like a couple for it's like a cheap addition to add on. Overlay, let's do 50% again. Actually, let's do 100%. Hi, Kaz, how are you? Give it a little bit of this. She's a foxy lady. Hi, Pansy. Black Widow. Okay, so that kind of feels like this is like a little, okay, and then we'll do the same thing with the mouth here, trying to give it a little bit of a pizzazz. Same thing with the lip down here. And then like a, kind of like a, the edge, catch the edge of it, like it's like a hard plastic or something. Nice. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Welcome. Okay, so to make sure that this stands out, I'm also just going to grab another, like just a little bit of this. I think this could probably be knocked down. Hi, Ant-Man, thanks for the follow. Hi, Monster King, I'm doing well. How about yourself? Welcome in, welcome in. There we go. And then we're going to color some of the lines on this as well. Get it looking right. I'm good. I'm happy to hear that. Welcome, everybody. Howdy. I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Hi. Welcome in, everybody. I'm currently working on a commission of Clover Calliope, who is an adorable cow VTuber and clown. Very fun, very silly. She's a foxy lady. She's a foxy lady. Okay, I think I could make that brighter. Let's do this blue, actually. Just kind of catching the edge of it here. Trying to make it feel a little bit more interesting. My friend told me that you make crispy art, so I'm gonna check you out. Oh, thank you, crispy. Oh, that's generous. Thank you. I make lots of crispy art. Crispy, crunchy, crispity. 413 spot a Homestuck. No. Oh, was this? Okay, wait. Earlier, I think earlier my pal Crow mentioned is that, no, I think this is a date that is significant to Clover. I think it's Clover's birthday. I think it's their birthday. But you guys are just freaks. You guys are freaks. Get that Homestuck out of here. I'm just kidding. As someone who used to cosplay Homestuck, I can't judge. Okay, I cannot. I simply am unable to. I'll take my extra crispy art, please. Yeah, I'll put it in the fryer for like another little bit. Should I put the mask like lower? Recently debuted her new VTuber model yesterday. That's exciting! Oh, hell yeah! Well, thank you so much for checking me out, and welcome in. That's a blessing if they like Homestuck, or a curse if they don't. It's a curse. Hi there, how are you? Welcome in, Scrotor. How are you? So many cool people coming in. Oh my gosh. Happy Saturday, everybody. Okay, so methinks I'm going to put a little shadow over top. We'll do multiply, clip it, and then we're going to take like a dark color, maybe this. I'm saving. And we're going to, maybe not that dark. Hold on. Let me grab like a deep brown, like a reddish brown. Hold on. I know that looks absolutely crazy, but give me a second. Give me a second. It won't look like that in a moment. In a minute. There we go. That's better. See? Gotta trust the process. Gotta trust it. I think also one thing I want to make sure is that on the, it looks like the hand is touching the bow tie. Let me just grab, let me do a little something real quick to that. I'm gonna grab this and maybe a little darker. Good, just eating a ham and cheese sandwich. Some sandwich lotion. Is that mayonnaise? Is that mayo? Hey, listen, I've never heard it called sandwich lotion, but that is what it does. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not incorrect. Hi, Char. How are you? I wanted to raid you actually, but she only had 3 people on stream. So it was weird to only say, "Oh no." Hey, listen. There's never too few people. Never too few. If anyone's ever made you feel bad for raiding in with a smaller party, they can absolutely go eat rocks in Minecraft. They can eat rocks and kick eggs. So it's sandwich sunscreen. Well, would you want to prevent the sandwich from being toasted? Probably foil then. Foil? A foil to the sun. Mustard? Wait. Okay. Or butter. Okay, I like butter. Or butter. Wait, butter would be like the tanning lotion though, you know? You put the butter on and then you get all nice and toasty. See, they knew you'd
Sandwich
probably be
lotion.
chill about it.
What is a creamy white substance, applied to a sandwich for enhanced taste or texture? Right.
Thanks, Penny. They knew you'd be pretty chill about it, but felt selfish. That's absolutely all right too. There's also no pressure to raid into anyone, especially if you're anxious about it. There's no pressure either direction. There ain't no pressure either way. Okay. All right, I'm liking what's happening here, and I wanted to do an alternate. So for those of you that are unfamiliar, I have a this is my sketch bust commission offering, and the sketch bust has has an additional add-on where you can add like a hand or a prop. And you can add alternates. So this mask is an alternate version, and for the alternate version, I happened to spot that that Clover has alternate eyes as well, and I thought it would be really fun to make an additional set of eyes to go with the mask to make it look a little unsettling, you know, a little unsettling. So I'm gonna do the hypno eyes because I thought those were fun, and they'll like stand out against the mask. So there's the mask. We'll do the alternate eyes in just a moment. Let me go to where my line. I object to it being called bust. I see no tits here joke. They're right down here. They're down. It's insinuated. I love that it was in quotes. Yeah, the hypno eyes. Yeah, hypno eye. Everything. They're all called. I like raging bull too. I like raging bull. Yeah, I think this one's kind of intense. I think this is like a perfect mid ground. You know what I mean? I love also too that there's like variations. Like Clover is like, here, I need to show you guys that when I'm pissed, that's what it looked like. A really easy way to get a lot of extra expression. So I have the eyes. The problem with this is that I have colored lines here. So I'm just going to very carefully color over top like as a new layer. Hypno eyes, as they call them. One day I had hypno eyes. All right, we're gonna actually for the highlights here, I'm gonna not have this overlap so that I can put the hypno eyes on top. All right, so I've made a new layer. I'm gonna do symmetry real quick, and I'm gonna use the pink as a base color here. The eyes are not symmetrical. the way that I've drawn them. So I'm going to I'm gonna head out for now. Thanks for stream. Thank you for popping in. I hope you have a good rest of your night or day, wherever we are. Okay, so we're just gonna. Also, for anybody that's a little wigged out by eye contact, I'll let you know when I'm not like so zoomed in on the eyes. I know sometimes folks are like, which is fair. Which is fair. Some folks are like, ugh. These dang kids with their hypno eyes and their virtual tubers, some real potatoes. Yeah, just kidding. I don't. Me, a VTuber, being like, yeah, get them, get their ass. Silly. Okay, I did the border in my rougher texture, so it looks like it fits a little bit more. Okay, that is a wow, green screen eyes. Okay, and then I'm gonna pop this down a little bit. You can see here that my, whoops, I'm gonna turn off the symmetry. My line art here is a little bit different. This eye is a little bit more squinted than the other one. Okay, so I'm gonna make it, oh my gosh, I'm gonna make it look a little less creepy and crazy in just a second. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm gonna do a clipping mask into this, and I will do what I just did with my last use symmetry, and now I'm gonna take the purple, and it's gonna end up looking a lot more like it's actually set into the head here. There we go. I'm gonna also make sure that I'm going back and forth between my pink and my purple to like feather it a little bit more. There we go. Kind of give it like that fun gradient of without getting rid of my texture. And then I'm gonna do symmetry off. I'm gonna take my purple and I'm gonna go around the underside of the eye here. Oh yeah, you jam it. Grape jelly eyes? Yeah, a little peanut butter jelly kind of vibe happening. I saw one of those nostalgia bait TikToks today. It's like millennial nostalgia if you grew up in the 90s, and of course it's showing me all this stuff that I'm like, yeah, that was just like me for real. And then one of them was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that had a glass of milk, and then the glass of milk was it was a glass that had like Pooh Bear print on it, and I was like, oh, and it made me think of when I was little, and then I really wanted a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I was like, damn, peanut butter jelly sandwich actually sounds like it would hit quite severely, actually. Peanut butter sandwich sounds pretty fucking good. Also, if you have not ever had a peanut butter jelly sandwich, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna give it a little, I'm trying to make it a little creepy. These are hypno eyes, okay? These are hypno eyes. Okay, hold on. And now I'm gonna do another with this bright yellow color with the spiral in the middle. They have like a kind of a silly spiral. We're gonna do a little bit of this. Like this. Thanks for lurking. Kids nowadays have no idea who Winnie the Pooh is, I guess. We love Pooh. You guys love Pooh. I know you guys do. You guys do it in my chat all the time. Okay, so those are our spirals. Though, I don't like them going in opposite directions. Whoop. Make it look a little less... yeah, I think that looks fine. And then, let me see if I can set them to a different blending mode. Hard light, linear light looks pretty good. That's fun. Look, me and Pooh are besties. I love being in public with my Pooh. You know what? I'm happy for you. You've got that confidence, and that's hard to get. It's hard to get that kind of confidence. Get that door. Spiral eyes. Ooh. Okay, and then I'll do... Will actually, would the highlights look good? Hold on. No, I'll do some different highlights. We'll do a new clip. If you're not besties with your poo, are you even trying? I don't know. There we go. We're going to take this down. There we go. Just a solid white highlight. We're going to take that over here too. There we go. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Yeah, this looks great. I like this vibe. And then we turn the mask on and it's like, ooh, spooky, scary skeleton. Okay, we'll do hypno eyes. And I'm wondering if I should make them kind of glow. So I would get rid of the shadow right here over this eye. Like that. No, I kind of like the shadow. Maybe I could have less shadow. Like that, where it's just a little bit. Okay, I'm missing that highlight over here. So let me grab this. Yeah, just up a smidge. Maybe we're not covering so much of the eye. Okay. That's fun. The hypno eyes are really fun. Before, after. I could probably provide that as an additional variant, so if the hypno eyes aren't as desired, so to speak. Oh, you know what though? Hold on. They are the same. One just looks this looks way higher. Strange. That's crazy how that worked out like that. Hold on, maybe. Okay. Get rid of my ruler. Okay. I think I'm ready to send this to Clover. There will be 3 variations. We'll have one normal, one with just the mask, and then one with the hypno eyes. And I think that'll be really fun. I know they only asked for 1 variant, but it's super easy. I just turn the layers off and then and export it. So this is super fun. Let me grab this. Whoops. There's so many colors. I don't like my logo to be like super obnoxious, but I do like to make sure that it's at least visible. Put it on the shoulder usually, so it's not in an area that has anything super important on it. And if somebody wants to use it as an icon or do something with it, they totally can. And then this, and then this would be, I usually also, I make a version for the client that, let me just make sure I'm spelling this right. B. There we go. I make a version that is for posting that has a watermark on it, and then I make a version for the client that doesn't have anything on it. Try to find a place to put this. Put it on a ponytail. There's so many colors. There's so much going on here. I could put this on the lapel. And then I could bend it a little bit more. Like that. Nothing to lose. Something like this. Put this on the lapel. But it's so little. It's going to be hard to read. I need people to be able to read it. Let me do skew, maybe? Free transform. There we go. Something like that. Warp even? Okay, yeah, I can control how much warp it's got. Something like that. Ah, but you can't read that either. Fuck, you can't read nothing. Just make it big enough. Either way, we don't got to worry about this. I'll send it to Clover for review, see if there's anything that they would like fixed. But yeah, this is really fun. This one took me a lot longer than the other one that I did, but there was so much detail and making sure that everything looked right making sure that everything's colored. There's just a lot more going on. For reference, the other one that I made the other day, let me find. This is the one I made the other day. This one had just way less going on. So this one only took me 2.5 hours. Color scheme was a lot more reserved. The detail was a lot more simplistic. So this one only took me 2.5 hours to do. So I whipped that one out. So this one just has taken so much more time. But I really had a good time with this. I had a really good time. So I will save this and send this over to Clover. In the meantime, I think it's a perfect time for us to pop off. I have a art stream tomorrow. I'm going to be doing some more commission work. I have some sketches that I can work on to send to folks, and I'm really excited to get started on those. And yeah, I think it's going to be a blast. Thank you guys for coming to my impromptu, like, delayed Saturday stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. This came out amazing. Thank you. I really enjoy this. I think it's really cute. I had a really good time with this. And thanks for logging in. I had a really good time with this, and I can't wait to do more of these. If you guys are interested and you would like to follow my VGen, that will give you notifications for when my commissions are back open sometime during the beginning of the year. I have a bit of a queue that I'm working on now. Of course. And thank you guys for chilling with me. So let me find somebody really fun to raid into. We have a lot of cool friends, so if you want to meet another really cool person, consider staying. Ooh. You know what? I know exactly who we're passing you guys off to. Let's go. I know exactly where we're going. Hell yeah. Hi, Strawberry Teddies. Welcome in. I know where we're passing our pretzels off to. We are going to be passing our pretzels off to Oceonix. Ocio is really cool VTuber. If you like my, like, retro style, I mean, if you like retro 80s and 90s anime, you're gonna love Ocio. Thank you, of course, thank you. Here is our raid message if you guys want to help me pass my pretzels off to a really cool. I've been here, just never chatted. Well, I really appreciate you coming in and chatting. I really appreciate people lurking. I love meeting y'all, and I'll be back tomorrow at the same time, 1 p.m. To maybe a little bit later. I'll have a little bit more to do tomorrow. So I'm already following them. Yes, let's go. Guys, please grab those pretzels and pass them off. I'm excited to be able to raid into Ocio. I haven't been able to yet. So we're gonna be passing our pretzels. Looks like they're actually pretty early in on their stream. So we're going to pass our pretzels over to Ocio. Yeah, she's chatting right now. She's doing some fun stuff. She's looking at some art. So please join me in hanging out. Yeah, the animation on our model's crazy. Really awesome example of a really cool PNG tuber as well. A, like, toon tuber kind of vibe. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, same time as today. I'll have probably a bit of a longer stream tomorrow. And I can't wait to see you then. Oh, bye-bye, everybody.